right. All right. So here we are at the psychic and healing event. This is Joan of Angels. She's going to be doing readings and other things for us for the next hour. So if anyone wants to talk to her, then just raise your hand and we'll unmute you, sort of thing. Feel free to say hi in chat or any of that good stuff too. Dun, dun, dun. I'm going to have to say that all again when everybody gets in here. Hi, Joyce. Yeah, Dr. Joan has been dealing with hurricanes lately, so it's been a little hectic for her. I'm glad she could join us today.
I feel like I've been in a washing machine.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
In truth, yeah. And I'll talk about that a little bit for everyone when we get started.
All right. Okay. Well, it is officially 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock SLT or PST. Yeah. So we're here with Dr. Joan. She's also known as Joan of Angels. She's going to be doing some readings for us today. She's been in the middle of a hurricane, but she came for us because she just couldn't help herself. So we appreciate you being here.
That's so true. That's so true. You know, I was just telling Wytchwhisper that I'm feeling discombobulated. And the purpose of a storm is what? It's to shake you up, shake out what doesn't serve anymore, and then help you gather your into the next step. And that's exactly how I am feeling, especially since we have a hurricane coming tomorrow night. So, but coming here and being on here grounds me by sharing with you a little bit about who I am, what I do, how I support people, and actually doing some readings for you, and then doing a reading for Wytchwhisper too. It helps me by serving. And I pulled the card right before we started, and the card was, to be one of the chosen ones, you must choose. And I thought, how interesting that was the card that I served, to be one of the chosen ones, you must choose. And I find that profound to start our talk today, that each of you who are being called to be here now, you were called to be here on this call, just as I was called to be here right now, almost as if it's a divine appointment. And we are in a divine time, a really unique period of history where things are changing here. Things are dissolving, basically, as we step into what's really being referred to as a new earth and new ways of being. And so dissolution, like a hurricane or shaking everything out before, so that we can reframe everything, is really what is happening right now, not just here in the hurricane, but for all of us, pre-election, post-election. We are in new times we are here in was always referred to as the Aquarian age. And the Aquarian age isn't just like all peace and love right away. It's the ending of the old and the beginning of the new. So all of you here are on the threshold of letting go of what no longer serves you personally, and you as part of humanity, and expect to be shaken up a bit, as it then unfolds, as the new starts coming, as we call in the new and we create new structures. So I hope that makes sense to you. And I think that's the thing we're calling in today. To be one of the chosen ones, we must choose. We must say yes. We must understand that each and every one of us was called to be here now, not just on the Zoom. We were called to be here at this time on earth. If you've ever heard of Dolores Cannon, she regressed many people, and she wrote several books. And one of them is all about the volunteers that chose to come here from around the galaxy to be here now, to be here to help be the leaders now, to help people stay steady in this looking like the dissolution and the chaos emerging into what we are all collectively calling in. So we can start by, first of all, I'm going to tell you a little bit about who I am and how I became Joan of Angels, because I wasn't born that way. And actually, I was an extremely shy, introverted kid, because I had a father who was quite abusive. And I ran away at the age of 3 because I was tired of the way he treated me. And I hid in closets. Most of my childhood, I was safer in a closet. If I could have gotten under the bed, I would have. And yet here I am, many years later, as a speaker now. And so I've learned how to come out of the closet. But I really started, and the other thing about my childhood is that my parents, I was always an artist in many lifetimes and very creative. And I think I was in one of those tribes that used to put clay all over their body, the indigenous ones. And I actually can remember that. But when I was a tiny baby, I didn't know the difference. And I think that I covered myself in my own stuff, and I threw it around the crib. I decorated the crib, and the doctor told them to tie me up, so I wouldn't do it. So I spent some of my early years like with my hands and feet tied. And that led to tremendous claustrophobia and a tremendous fear of people as well. And so that as I grew up, I had one thing really going for me, or two things. I was an empath. So I always knew things that other people didn't know. And I guess I had a team of angels. I didn't know I had a team of angels, but every so often, out of the corner of my eye, I would look at the artwork on the wall and I'd see figures in there, and suddenly I'd find myself in the artwork, walking with these beautiful women holding my hand and encouraging me. And now, as an adult, I understand that those were my angels, like taking care of me. And so fast forward, I had a lot of compassion for people. I also, as an empath, I could feel their pain. And so when I started to grow up, when I was 28, I didn't think I had a future, but I was sent to a seminar. I went to this seminar and I asked in the seminar, what am I supposed to do with my life? And it was a meditation seminar, and I heard a voice that said, go to chiropractic school. And so I did. I enrolled in chiropractic school. I was almost 30 years old by then. And I figured that I was 26 years old. I figured I'd be 30 in a few years, whether I had a chiropractic degree or not. And since I didn't know what I would do with my future, maybe I would go. And it turned out that being a chiropractor really suited me, because I had this bubble that I could get behind. And though I graduated and I expected that they would ask for my license back for the first few years when I didn't think I knew enough, I became very successful at it. And I suddenly had a voice. I was suddenly able to travel around the country speaking, healing people. I had one of the largest female practices in the country. I had 2 children by then, and I had a boyfriend. And this boyfriend, who I thought the world of and was engaged to marry, suddenly began acting not so kind. He started asking me for money. And it wasn't just little money, it was chunks of money, as if he expected me to really help him. And I was injured at the time and I couldn't practice at the time. And so he and I started trying to develop a new business. And before you know it, kept asking for more money for this. And before you know, it was $500,000. And suddenly I was destitute and I was homeless and I had to kick him out and send him to prison. And so I was devastated. I just didn't know how that could have happened to me. And I started dedicating my life to helping women get through being out of abusive relationships, the kind of relationships that traumatized you for life. And not only that, that during that period of time where I had lost everything, my kids became my only source of inspiration. And I turned to them and we formed a Miracle Makers Club, the three of us. My daughter was 10, my son was 8. I'm not going to tell you how old I was. And we were literally homeless. And we formed a group. We called ourselves the Miracle Makers Club. And because I believed in miracle mastery, I believed in masterminding, just like we're sort of doing here. And because of that, we started every night, we would get together and we would ask for what we wanted, visualize the future, which I really want you to start doing. Like we can start visualizing right now together the kind of future you want and I want, not just for us, but for the collective, the highest good of all concerned. And that's what I did with my kids. And we called ourselves the Miracle Makers Club. And ultimately, we went on to make miracles. We went on to have everything we wanted. And I wrote a book that's being re-released called the Miracle Makers Club. And fast forward to a few years later. And a few years later, I again asked the universe for miracles for myself and my children, because things were getting tough again. And instead of getting money or anything like that, I heard a voice, and the voice said, paint us and we will come. And I said, well, who will come? And they said, paint us and we will come. And they said, paint 33 angels in 30 days. And that's how I began painting angels, because I learned to say yes. I learned to listen to that voice within. So the second key on, being here, that this is the time for which we chose and we're here and stepping in our power, is learning to listen to that voice within. The voice told me to move to the desert. And when I got to the desert, a woman I had never met before named me Joan of Angels. And ever since then, my friends, I've been helping people really remember who they are, why they're here. And not ever since then. Actually, I should reframe that. Ever since I got my chiropractic license and before, I always have helped people. I've always listened to them. I have a master's in counseling. My whole life has always been dedicated to helping people believe in themselves and knowing that your dreams can come true, that you have within you the ability to master miracles. So that is who I am. I've taken back my name as Dr. Joan. Now, I had given up my name as Dr. Joan because that abusive man demeaned me so much and made so much fun of me that it wasn't until a few days ago that I reclaimed my name. And that incident happened 1998 to 2000. And it wasn't until the last few weeks that I took back Dr. Joan. That's how powerful trauma can be in your body. So now I'm bringing back Dr. Joan with Joan of Angels and helping all of us integrate, because it's how do we integrate all the trauma and all those sides of us that we've dispersed among the planet. So with that in mind, that's who I am. And I thought that I would do my first reading for our host, who's amazing, Wytchwhisper. So would you like to have your reading now, my dear?
Sure.
Good. Well, do you have anything to ask me about anything I've said?
No,
far?
you were pretty thorough.
Yes.
I was, yeah. I You've been through a lot, and I'm glad that you were able to claim yourself this week.
And it actually really was this week, because this week after the hurricane, I found myself now in Fort Lauderdale. And Fort Lauderdale is a high vibrational place. I thought it was all about college kids and spring break, but I have found out that this is a center of really high, people who mastermind and high vibration. And some of my friends are here, and they're the ones who really said, Joan, no, it's really time for you to claim your Dr. Joan again. So we're going to help all of you start to claim who you really are. And that is the kind of work that I do. All right. So Wytchwhisper,
Yes.
I have your birth path in front of me. I'm going to check the numbers. All right. And so after I do Wytchwhisper, if you want a reading, then I guess you put your name and your birthday in there, and she's going to choose you. I am going to be neutral until I see your name and your birthday in front of me. And here's what I'd like you to do, all of you, and Wytchwhisper, I want you to think about what it is you'd really love to know, what's on your path. And I'm an interactive intuitive, so I'm not psychic. I don't know what you had for breakfast or etc. I just know that sometimes through the numbers, I get guided to understand who you are. So I'm just going to start and with me, and I want all of you with me, us to do it too, because once I do it with Wytchwhisper, we don't have to do it again. So let's all take a deep breath in and let it all out. Good. And then let's all take another deep breath in again. And this time sending your roots down through the bottoms of your feet, down into the center of the earth, and going down, down, down into the center of the earth. Good. And then taking another deep breath in and letting it all out and going down again to the center. Good. And then bringing that energy back up. And now I want you to imagine sending right up to the sky from the top of your head, sending your antenna all the way up to the heavens until it anchors it in there. And then feel yourself bringing down from the top, from the heavens down, celestial energy flowing through you. And now, as it goes through you, going down to the earth and then coming back in, and you can just do this on your own practice. I love sending our antennas up to the heavens, and then they can connect with other antennas, creating a kind of a network of secret portals up there of high miracle light vibrational energy that can spread around the earth. If we thread our antennas together around the planet, guess what? All that energy then cycles down. So again, we're being portals of energy for ourselves and also healing the planet as we go. All right, so as I do the reading for Wytchwhisper, and as an intuitive, then I'm going to say to her, well, does this resonate? Do you have any questions? And what would you like to do? So the first thing I see, Wytchwhisper, is that you've come in on a really beautiful energy. You are a 7. You're 34-7. And what had happened to my notebook? Oh, yeah, it's right here. Okay. You're 34-7. And what that means is that you've come in on the energy of authenticity, of really being authentically yours, truth, of being authentic, of being transparent, of learning how to match your words with your integrity and to learn how to always be in integrity. And they say that being a 7 like that, that's one of the highest, most spiritually aware signs or numbers that you can be under, that and the number 9, which is spiritual mastery. So both, it turns you into a spiritual master. It is an ascended master like energy because it requires you to learn how to communicate and also learn how to speak your truth, to be, as I said, authentically yours. And so the opposite of authenticity is also sometimes people with that aspect have issues in really speaking their truth. So there's the converse. It's like learning how to really stand up for yourself and knowing who you are and knowing where your boundaries end. And it's also complicated with other aspects of creativity, enthusiasm, learning how to communicate your truth, as I said, learning how to really share your work, share your visions, and also about grounding. and learning how to create solid foundations, create programs that work, structures that work, learning how to build solid foundations emotionally, mentally, spiritually, physically, sexually, in our business and in our other life. It's like actually learning how to build things up, create foundations for yourself. And so the opposite of that could sometimes be things not working out right, moving 100 times, like not feeling stable. So we have both aspects that work with that. Hold on, the light is glaring in my eyes and I literally cannot see a thing. Oh, well, that's worse. I see nothing. All right, so does that resonate in any way with you? Or any questions about anything that I'm saying?
I have no questions about anything you're saying. That totally resonates with me. I'm
And go ahead.
I I was just very surprised and honored that you're even doing a reading for me. So
Well, why not?
well, I know, but I don't want to take up too much more time because I want everybody else to get there.
Okay, I'll just leave it with one thing, okay? Since your birthday, you've been in a 2-year, so I'm happy it resonates. Now everyone sees a little bit of what I do. You're in a 2-year, this year in a 2-year is all about service. So you may find yourself upping all your offerings and the way you help people, but it's also a year about learning your boundaries and learning when to say no, learning how to say yes and how to say no. So that's an interesting year, and I'm happy to continue the discussion with you later.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay, who do we want next? We have Heather was the first one.
then let's take Heather first. I love the
Heather.
name Heather. I have a dear friend, Heather. In fact, it was with Heather the night that I started painting the 33 angels in 30 days. My friend Heather was right there. Do we have Heather's birthday?
Heather, what's your birthday? Oh, I asked her to unmute.
Oh, yeah. You can unmute and give it to us
Sorry, I
personally.
think it was me messing with my headset. It's November 11th, 1979.
November 11th?
Mhm.
Very interesting. Okay, give me one moment. It's a very powerful birthday that I'm going to tell you right now. Perfect. Okay. So, do you have any questions you want to start with?
I really don't today, but I just want to hear
Perfect.
yeah, go for it.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, the 1111 is so significant. So most people only may have 111. You have four, you have the number 1 4 times. That is really powerful. Number 1 is always the sign of leadership. It's a sign of learning to step into your power. It's not just your power one time. It's like 4 times they're like elbowing you to like get on your feet, be the leader. Does this resonate for you, hon?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like being the leader you were meant to be. Okay. And
Okay.
4 times means that you can't hide. Now you may want to hide, but
Yep.
the more you run, the more difficult your life gets. The more you
Yep.
start learning how to say yes, my love, the easier and the more powerful you will become. So let's look at the word power. Power means not above someone, not telling anyone to do. It's power. It's the power that comes within us to be able to stand tall, to feel worthy of our goals, to feel like we can and can show the way for other people, that we are who we secretly suspect we are. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so your guides are really working big time, and I'm seeing that within you. So this year, so you've been in a 2-year all along this year. You're still in it until your birthday. A 2-year is all about service, but it's about learning about boundaries. So you have a couple of months, you have a month and a half to figure this out. It's like learning where you end and others begin, and learning not to give away your time, money, energy, or resources.
Mm.
because that's like having a leak in your oil. It just drains. It just drains. So you give a lot, or you might be saying yes when you mean no. And it's taking away your resources. Now you tell me, someone with with 4 1s who are here to be empowered, speak her truth, claim her visions and goals, but she has her engines leaking. Right?
Right. Right.
So where are you, right? So what happens when your engine's leaking?
I have nothing left to give.
You have nothing left to give. You're being asked to step into your greatest power. You came here for your greatest power. And so hopefully this reading, now my readings are more than just readings, my dears. They're really about activating you. So that, and you're going to have to write if this is true, but by the end of this couple of minutes together, the goal is that you feel more aligned to step into your power and authority to become you,
Yeah.
to become the best version of you. And with your coming birthday, then you still be this energy of, it's all good with your birthday, it's all going to be learning how to call in your visions and slay dragons while getting there and not giving your power away and stepping into that ability to start to communicate who you are. So there's work to be done. Does this make sense? Does this align?
Absolutely.
Any other questions?
The only question I have is, what do you mean by slaying dragons along the way?
Okay, that's a great question. I always think of the number 1. Now you have 4 1s as not only a leader, but a knight in shining armor. Like the old-fashioned knights in the medieval times, they would have, they would have a mission that they had to complete, like the turquoise diamond and the 5th toe of the badass dragon at the top of the mountain, right?
Yeah.
All those stories we read, but they never took a direct path. They would go to this town here and that town there and, get drunk, pass out, woo a beautiful girl, steal a horse, God knows what they're doing. But then they'd get back up and get on the road and keep going. And they'd have to slay dragons, slay enemies on the way to get to the top. That's kind of what I mean.
Got it.
Does that make more sense?
Yes, thank you.
And you can think of Archangel Michael. Now, okay, oftentimes I deal with people who have a birth path of an 11. And those people, I say, well, you have 2 swords in your hand because you're a double 1. You have 4 swords. Aha. 4 swords. You can quadruple slay dragons. Okay. That's a fast track that you have. And that's one of your special gifts. One of the special toolkits that you've been given when you're down here.
Thank you.
Okay. So it's been an honor, hun, to read you, Heather.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Mwah. And guys, feel free to reach out after this. My job today is to tune you up. So if there's anyone next who wants to get tuned up in this way, let's do it. Let's do it.
Diane.
Hi, it's Diane, August 11th, 1961.
Diane, you have a great voice.
Thank you.
August 11th. Okay. And what year?
1961.
Wow. Okay. You're in the same kind of year I am. You're in a 9 year. Or did your birthday happen? Oh, yes, it has. Okay. So with your birth path, love, you're here to be a spiritual master. So I told Wytchwhisper that she was one of the most spiritual aspects. And it's a 7 and a 9. You're the 9. You're about spiritual mastery, which usually indicates that you've been given extraordinary challenges on your life, and that almost as if you're expected to pick up after each one, get on and be even a higher vibration than you were before. That's the challenge of being the 9, learning how to not fall into despair, learning how to slay dragons, because you're what we call a 1/8/9. So you have spiritual self mastery on your path. You're here to kind of like your own knight in shining armor, to be your best self, to be a leader, and to slay dragons, just like I was explaining before to Heather. So imagining that what your goals are would be very important, to write down what your goals are. Very, very important. So you can pick up, and you're also here to learn how to be aligned, body, mind, and spirit, to live your truth, to be that master. So if your body is out of alignment, then you won't be that clear channel that you would like to be, because you've come here to learn how to align that for mastery. It's also about learning how to be a light bearer no matter what. Be a light bearer no matter how your heart might be breaking. It's about not covering yourself up with a blanket and hiding in the closet. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going, and it's almost like you are being encouraged always to pick up and transmute what's come before, so you can be stronger. Now, does that kind of resonate for you?
Sorta. I'm a Leo and I don't feel like I have the Leo tendencies. So but I am on a spiritual path. I do agree.
Well, this isn't a Leo path, okay?
Okay.
It's not necessarily a Leo path at all. It's really the path of mastery. It's on its own. It's a path of spiritual mastery. It's a path of stepping into our power again, of why we came here to Earth, why we might have volunteered, what our special skills are, like what makes you uniquely you to live the best version of yourself. And with that, that's kind of the energy of it. And now you're in a year since your birthday started, of also letting go of people, places, and things that don't serve you. That's the year I'm in. Letting go of people, places, and things that don't serve us. And it's a replay of things that might have happened for you around 2015. So does any of this else kind of resonate for you?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh, yeah. Okay. The letting go of people, places, and things.
Yeah, I kind of do that. Now I need to fill it up again. Bring
Don't
in
fill
my-
it up yet. Don't fill it up till you feel like you've let go of everything that doesn't serve you, as you attract a higher vibration of community,
Yes, I
a
want that.
higher energy. And that's what you're here to do. You're here to be a light,
Mhm.
and be a light everywhere you go. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you. I'm so honored. All right. And if you have any positive feedback, put it in the chat for me. All right. Who is brave enough to go next?
Okay,
Uh,
my name is Aparajita. My birthday is on May 14, 1979.
May 14th, 1979. And can you tell me your name again?
It's Aparajita. I'm from India.
Ah, okay.
APARAJITA.
Okay, good. Thank you. I can't really see the screen, guys, because this light is literally blinding me. In fact, I don't even know if you guys can see me.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Okay, I find this very fascinating, and I'm always amazed. So in working with you, the energies that come through is you are also here for mastery, spiritual mastery. And some of the same things are true, that being given lessons that are very difficult and that may seem overwhelming, that are here to heal karma from prior lifetimes, number one, and to really train you to take on more responsibility and train you to really communicate in a way, or communicate, teach, be of service in your community or in your world. Does that make sense?
Yes, a lot of it makes sense because I'm in a kind of state of situation where my old life is gone and my new self, my authentic self, like I'm trying to create that self, but it's not created yet. And I'm in deep emotional turmoil,
I
falling
completely
into
understand.
deep abyss a lot of times. But yes, I'm working, going back to school as well, doing things that are absolutely meaningful to me.
Well, I have really good news for you, sweetheart. So with your birthday, with your birthday, so I want to talk a little bit about last year. Last year, up until your birthday, was all about aligning body, mind, and spirit, body, mind, and soul, so that you could be like that antenna that goes from the heavens through the earth and back up again. So it was about teaching you more about alignment. But this year is also about spiritual mastery. So with your birthday in 2024 till your birthday in 2025, it's about letting go of everything that doesn't serve. So I'm in the middle of the same year, and I got to Florida 2 months ago, and I fell apart because what I've been working on most of my entire life, and the mission I've had my entire life, shifted, and I didn't know who I was anymore. I didn't even know if what I'm doing was on the right path. I went like topsy-turvy because I'm in that 9-year too of letting go of preconceived notions, people, places, and things. And it takes a year of letting go and then restructuring and letting the new come in. But with your birthday next May, you start all over again. You're in a 1 year. And what have we all learned today about a 1 year? 1 year is about leadership, taking back your power, slaying dragons, going up towards the mountaintop, reaching your dreams and visions. So you are ending a 9-year cycle, which began in 2015. So write that down and remember what you did in 2015. And you're coming into the ending of who, even your concept of who you are, and even your work may be different. So yes, studying, looking at other options is going to be really important. Does that make sense? Hello? Are you all for, wait, hello, hello? Hello? Hello,
I'm not
hello?
sure what happened to her.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I
Hello?
can
Oh,
hear
yes,
you.
yes.
Yeah.
I muted myself in between because there was some noise and then I was not able to unmute again. Yes, it really makes sense to me. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Oh, you are so welcome. So I think what happened is it's raining a little bit outside, and I suppose the winds are out there, but I'm very happy. By the way, just doing these readings for you, I don't know
Thank
how
you
the
so
rest
much.
of you are feeling. I'm reading for all of you. Some of the wisdom is for all of you. And I myself am feeling more empowered with each reading. So I really am appreciative of all of you and your
Thank you so much.
energies.
It means a lot. Thank you.
Okay, so what time is it? Yeah, let's take a couple more. Hopefully my Wi-Fi will stay on, okay?
All right. So Andrew's next.
Andra, okay.
Hi.
Andrew.
Oh, you have such a beautiful voice. When's your birthday?
Thank you. My birthday is January 5th, 1993.
Aha, I have a good friend. I have 2 people I've known in my life, January 5th. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Okay. Do I need to be on camera?
No,
Okay.
no, because I can't actually see you.
Uh,
So, all right. The only thing I see is a big light shining in my eyes,
okay.
which is why but I close my eyes when I'm reading sometimes, so it all
Okay.
works out. And I don't know what you're seeing, so 16. Okay, perfect. And you have a different energy, so I'm really happy to read for your energy right now.
Yay, thank you so much.
It's just a different energy, you know, it's neither bad nor good. I have that 9 happening right now too. I'm in a 9-year. And yes,
Am
I've
I in a
had
9-year?
no, no, you're not. You're in a 5-year, which is all about freedom, personal freedom.
That
And
makes
let's
sense. Okay.
let's yeah, it's like living your truths and
Uh-huh.
singing. It's about learning to sing your song and
Okay.
saying, what's going to make me sing my song, be bold, brave, courageous, and bold now. To do
Okay.
that, to unpin myself
Mm-hmm.
from all the restrictions that have held me back.
That
And
makes so much sense because that's what my year has been about. And I've been feeling really, really stuck throughout the entire year in this one aspect of like, I'll do healing, I'll do a lot of work, but then my body, my spirit will fight to go back to my old self. So now I'm working on trying to get out of that because I feel exactly what you said. Like I feel the freedom. I feel like I really, really want to be free. I want to be all this type of free financially, housing, spiritually. I even kind of want to be a little bit of a whore a little bit. And I'm stuck, you know?
yes, because what's the opposite of freedom?
Stuckness.
Restriction, right?
That.
And so from a spiritual point of view, you're
Mhm.
here, this year is all about you learning how to, first of all, learning how to slay dragons.
Okay.
So the way you can slay dragons is to start to see exactly what you want. You can
Mhm.
even like look at like a pyramid, okay? You're going to
Mhm.
the top of the pyramid. That's where you're all going, guys.
Mhm.
Everything going on up are dragons and adventures and experiences to be slayed so you can get to the top up here.
Mhm.
So how do we get there? We start to say, okay, we start to kind of plant what we want. Like, let's say you want to make $150,000 this year.
Yes, please.
Okay, you have to, that's up at the top here.
Mhm.
And then you have to sit there at the top and look back down and go, well, what steps did we take to get here? What dragons did I have to slay in my own mind to
Mhm.
prevent me from being a $150,000 a year woman?
Yeah. Ooh.
What
Yeah, that's
limitations in my thinking?
okay.
How do I expand that? And the other
Yeah.
component of this year for you is about learning how to create structures that support
Mhm.
you.
Yes.
The opposite is your structures fall apart.
Okay.
And the opposite is you stop slaying these dragons and stop.
Mhm.
So using positive affirmations,
Mhm.
I'm a magnet for miracles. I am healthy, wealthy, and happy.
Mhm.
Money, uh, I say yes to creative and new ideas.
Okay.
I, you know, start working on your own affirmations.
Okay. I
All
love it.
right. All right. So how's your energy now?
Scrumptious,
All right.
nutritious, delicious.
Did this help?
Yeah, it did. Thank you so much.
Ah, this is so fun. I think we're going to have to do it again. All right. Thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right.
Thank you.
Next.
Dendry? Dendry?
Yeah. Dee Dee?
What a great name. Dee Dee. I love the name Dee Dee. I had a friend named Dee Dee. Good.
Ah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for doing this. My birthday is January 6, 1954.
Well, isn't that interesting? We had a January 5th, now we have January 6th. Okay, interesting. Okay, I'll tell you in a minute. Okay. I always like to check my math because half the time I'm not in my body. So you came in this life and you're an 8, which is a very beautiful energy. 8 is really about, all these numbers are really about mastering who you are. The 8 is really about what we call spiritual mastery, learning how to align your body, mind, and spirit. So it's perfectly aligned so that you can hold the energy of what you're here to do. And keys for alignment for you would be things that make your heart sing. Like when you hear that voice from your guides that might say, yes, this is right. So
Mm.
alignment is like learning how to be a vibrational frequency keeper for yourself, where you like literally can vibrate inside when you are on the right path. Does that kind of make sense to you?
It does. I'm trying to figure out what my path is supposed to be. So I'm just kind of hanging out until my guides tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Got it. Well, that's a good way to do it. Sometimes I like to see a little action on the way. So I'll
Okay.
tell you a few other things that can happen for you. You are also about learning how to be of service, but not give all your power away.
Okay.
Learning how to say no when you mean no, and yes when you mean yes, which many women have challenges with. And so one of the things that will help you really understand your path is to stop giving your power, time, energy away, learning how to really evaluate what might drain you and what replenishes you. Now, does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It does.
So your guides are telling me that, oh yeah, it's about calling back pieces of yourself. You've given a lot away, if that makes sense. And
Yeah.
okay, good. Yeah. So it's about you bringing back in those pieces of yourself and claiming them. And
Okay.
and some of my work is about that. And so that means any life partner that you've had, anyone you've slept with that you've had, places you've traveled with, or jobs you've held, just sit down with that and look at it and start to reclaim your power and take it back. And then look at where you are saying yes when you might mean no, because that's one of your biggest challenges.
Well, okay.
And
right.
and maybe take the other component of that. I think that's good for now. Any questions?
No, I appreciate it. I'll let you move on to somebody else. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome. You're gonna go far. Just trust in your own abilities. Okay.
I will. I will. Thank you.
You're
Brenda
welcome.
M is next. The way we're doing this, guys, is you put your name and your date of birth in chat, and that's how you're being chosen. Those of you who have your hands up, you can leave your hands up. Andrew will be next, and he'll be doing readings as well.
Aha! We have a he.
Brenda M is next, though.
Who's next?
Brenda.
Brenda. Okay.
Hello,
Hello, Brenda. How's your day going, hon?
great. Love to be
Okay.
here.
I love it. When's your birthday?
6/2/92.
Ah, you sound like a friend of mine whose name was Brenda. This is great, guys. I haven't done readings online for for a few years, so this feels really good. All right. Okay. So I'm going to share two little pieces of information, and feel free to comment or not comment. You came in under the birth path of 11. So 11 is spiritual mastery. It's about, and it's a past life number. It really relates to past life, present life, future lives. 11 is a master number. It means a double one. And I don't know if you were here for one of the first readings I did, but we had someone who had 1111 in her birthdays. And she had, it's like having one magnified 4 times. You have one magnified 2 times. So it's like having a sword in each hand. And when you have that kind of energy running through you, it's about learning how to be a leader, how to step into your power and recall. Now, notice I didn't say train, I say recall powers that you've had from other lifetimes, and learning how to master those skills and kind of set your visions and goals and see where they are and learn to slay dragons. You have 2 swords, one in each hand. Your angels are definitely helping. Archangel Michael showing you how to cut through anything that limits you or distracts you or takes you off your path. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, good, good. Okay, so that resonates with you.
A lot, yes.
Okay, and so as part of this, you're always asked to not give your energy or time away. So
Okay.
you have that energy of wanting to say yes when you mean no. And
Yes.
and so here's what I'm saying, like it's almost like a contradiction.
Hmm.
Your sole purpose is to learn how to go straight for that goal and not give away your power, time, or energy. Not go
Okay.
get like the knight in shining armor. Instead of like, if you find yourself getting drunk in the town, it's like waking up and saying, no, that's not me, and keep going.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, otherwise you're gonna not get to where you want to be. And others will completely try to take your energy.
Oh yeah, that's definitely happened a lot in the past. A lot.
Right. So this is a year for you of authenticity, speaking your truth. Again, learning how to be self-empowered and slay dragons. Okay.
Okay.
So if you can take what I've said and really look at, okay, where do I give my power away? Where do I say yes when I really wish I could have the guts to say no?
Okay.
All right.
Yes, that helped a lot. Thank you so much.
Ah, make my day, love. All right. Thank you.
Next is Nelson.
Nelson. Okay. Hello, Nelson.
Hi,
Hi. I wish I could see you. But I hear your voice. When is your birthday, Nelson?
it's August 17, 1966.
Okay. 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 And my guide said that maybe if there's anyone here who's been in the hurricane zone and who needs a reading, you should be next, just so you know. But I just heard that. So I'd like to honor that with all of you too. If there's anyone here who's experienced some shaking upness as a result of the hurricanes here, I'd like to do your reading after Nelson. Okay. Nelson, you too. Let me just make sure because I confused myself for a second. 12, 21. Yeah. So you came in under the birth path of an 11 too, which is a master number, which is all about stepping into your power, not caving in to other people, understanding that you're a leader, and that you have two swords also, right and left, to cut through of any cutting through other people's opinions, letting go of other people's thoughts about you and how it holds you back, and really learning how to focus on a goal. So when I say a goal, think of it as a compass. If your compass is towards north, towards the North Star, they say you'll never get lost. So if you align your compass to a vision or a goal that you feel is spiritual, as you feel is from your higher self or your guides, not to lose sight of it, because it's very, very easy to give your power away. And you came here to speak your truth. You came here to be aligned, body, mind, and spirit, to share your gifts with the world. That's as succinctly as I could actually say. But do you have any questions or thoughts about anything I've just said?
Um,
Does it resonate?
when you say gift, there's so many ways I can look at it. So I'm kind of, what what would that be as far as, because I'm a helper, I help people. I spent 20 years taking care of two demented parents, so I know I'm a helper.
Mhm.
I'm an empath, but I'm looking at a direction for my life in order to help people and to progress in my own life.
So the first thing that they're sharing with me, so I actually pulled a card and I said, okay, what can I tell him? And the card that came up is a wise leader. So when I talk about gifts, all of us have special gifts. Like I was born an empath. I always kind of sensed what other people were feeling, and I was a good listener. So people liked me. And then I learned how to become a counselor. You know, I went to school, I trained. You have special gifts also. And it's about really coming to terms with what have you always seen yourself as possibly doing, and allowing these gifts to start to come forward without repressing them or hiding them. And so the key is to think about, what do you do naturally that you love to do? And sometimes I encourage my clients to get a poster board, you know, a big piece of paper and a magic marker, and you put your name in the middle, Nelson, and you write down, you know, like a hub of a wheel, say, and you put, you know, so you're here in the center, and then over here you put, oh, I was a good helper. I actually helped do A, B, and C. I'm a good caretaker. I'm good with my hands. I'm good. I'm a builder. I'm an empath. I'm intuitive. All of those things you start to put around you. And then you ask your friends, what do you like about me? What do you think I'm good at? And so you use all that input to build up that hub around you. And that's one of the first keys I always suggest in learning to step into what you're here to do. Any questions about that?
Oh, you pretty much answered it. Thank you so much, Dr. Joan, and thank you, Wytchwhisper. I really love your groups every time.
This is my first time on her group, and
Thank
I
you.
love you guys. You guys have a beautiful energy. So Wytchwhisper has brought together a fantastic tribe.
I accidentally skipped past Amy. I know you wanted to get
Okay,
can we
let's
can
do
we go with
Amy,
Amy?
and then after I have a couple of minutes, and then frankly, we have to go out and stock up on food here. Okay, so Amy, you don't want to ignore Amy.
No. There you go, Amy.
Hi, Amy. Hi, hello. Hello, hello, hello. You sound like you're so far away. I need to unplug my microphone, my cell phone. It's Amada. Okay, when is your birthday, Amy? January 16, 1970. 1970? Yeah. Okay, hold on. So very interesting, because you are the second person who has January, oh no, not January 6th, January 16th. No, you're the first person. First thing I have to tell you, and this is an aside, Amy, is that anyone who has 16 as their birthday is descended from, in past life, from royalty. And it's the number for princesses, princes, kings, and queens. So there is a royal essence in your energy field. You came here again as a master, and authenticity, truth, stepping into your power is a big theme. That's that leadership energy we've been talking about, which is about seeing where you're going, setting goals, and learning how to slay dragons in your path. Oh, and it also has something to do with what I started this hour with, when I said to be one of the chosen ones. Maybe I said probably two things. To be one of the chosen ones, you must choose. But I probably said, these are the times for which we have been called. And I started with talking about the energies of today. So for some reason, I feel like some of that applies to you, that your energy is here to be authentic, but also as a leader and as a master. And that's really a good amount of what you're here to do. 6, 7, 8, 14, 15, 16. and again this year, learning how to believe in yourself, like really anchor in the truth about who you are so that you can actually reflect the best version of yourself, which is what is called for. Does that make sense? Any questions? We'll go with that. Okay, I cannot hear you though. Okay, okay. Wytchwhisper, can you
Yeah.
read to me when she puts it in the chat? Because I can't see anything.
She said, "Can you open my cell's phone, please?"
I
I'm not sure what she needs for that.
can't help her with her phone.
Yeah. You
but-
have 1 minute left, Joan. I did
Okay, then
I
let's
did
do it. Go ahead.
I did put your contact information in the messages, so they do know how to contact you. If you guys have more questions, like Amy, you have a question about your business, just email Joan
out.
and she'll work it out with you.
Beautiful. I want to thank all of you for really being here with me. Wytchwhisper, you're an angel. Thank you so much. Invite me anytime. I had more fun. I mean, this is the first time, and I'm really happy. I didn't even think about what's going on out there.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad you enjoyed yourself.
I did very much. You all are beautiful. You've created a beautiful tribe. So remember to hold your light. These are the times for which we've been called. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all.
Andrew is next. He's going to guide you guys. I don't know what Andrew wants to do, whether he wants to choose people with raised hands or something else. So just, Andrew, what do you want to do with the
Hi.
people?
What is up, everybody? Oh, I look moisturized. Look at me.
You
Yes. Okay.
do.
So what I want to do is I want you guys to raise your hand, and this might not seem fair, but I'm going to call on the ones I feel the most drawn to. So I hope that's okay. But first I'd like to do a quick healing, and then we can do a reading or do readings. So please put in the comments what you want to do a little quick healing on. We'll do some opening, we'll bring you some miracles, bring you some abundance, bring you some scrumptiousness if you need it. And let's get this thing started. All right. First, how are y'all feeling today? Are you feeling good? Are you feeling moisturized? And how is life in this moment? Beyond the me and all the other wonderful, amazing psychics and healers on here giving you clarity, how do you feel? Anybody feeling good? No? Blessed? Okay, that's good. My right eye has cataract. Okay, I can't get rid of it in one session, but we will see what we can do, okay, to get you some clarity in not only the spiritual, but the physical. Okay. Otherwise, feel great. Pat, lightheadedness, feeling good. Wow, thank you. Feeling happy. Okay. So you guys are feeling good right now. So the healing will be very quick this time. And the reason why the healing will be very quick is because I asked for a little bit of advice because I didn't know what to do. I wanted to do both. I wanted to do a healing and a reading, but I really want to focus on the readings. I think right now you guys need clarity more than healing and opening and receiving healing in that kind of like aspect or field or whatever. So we'll do just a little bit of opening, a little bit of like centering you, getting you feeling great while we do this. And then we'll hop into these readings and see what y'all need to move forward in your lives. All right? Okay, so I would like for you all to close your eyes, please, and get relaxation in your spirit and in your physical bodies. And we're going to connect you with source energy. And this might be a little weird, but I want to try something with you guys that I have been doing that have made me feel a really delicious, wonderful, and magical connection with source energy. So I'm going to share it with you guys now. And again, I want you to get comfortable. And what I'd like to do is as soon as you get comfortable, I'd like for you to allow me in your energy. And in this moment, know that you're safe, know that you're loved, know that you're valuable, know that you're worthy, know that you're appreciated, and know that you're enough. And if you don't know, or if you have a hard time realizing these things, we're going to download them within you. We're going to download how to feel them. We're going to download how to accept them. We're going to download how to embody them. And we're going to release them almost like when you're cold and you drink something hot and you feel it go down your throat and it warms up your entire body. That's what I want these to feel like for you. If it doesn't, it's okay. It'll come or it won't, but you'll still get this either way. And I want this all downloaded as we step off of the planet. And that sounds weird. We're going to step off the planet. We're going to fly off the planet and we're going to fly past our moon, past the planets that are most known to us, meaning Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, all those places. And then we're going to go past the sun. And again, I want you to know that you are safe in this moment. Nothing can harm you. All of you are safe as we move past our planet, past our solar system, and into source energy. And what I'd like for you to do is I'd like for you to imagine source energy as this giant tree. And the soil of the universe being the soil that supports that tree. All the life forms, all the stars, the comets, all the frozen things in space, all of the plants. I think I said that already, but all the aliens who kind of feed into this tree. If you want to see them, you can. Just know they're not going to harm you. Because sometimes if you see them, they see you. And we don't want nobody having any anxiety attacks, okay? So if you see them, do not be afraid because most of them are good. The ones who are bad won't be here because we're putting the energy out to where they aren't even attracted to this moment. So if you see any aliens, know that they're good, they are safe, they are loving, light, and beautiful energy. Okay, so back to this tree. What I want for you to do in this moment is mimic the tree. I want for you to fully and deeply embody that same energy as the tree. Let the source energy flow into you. And I want you to change your physical form into this tree. And what I'd like for you to do as your body, as your soul, transforms into this tree, this glowing white tree, I want you to imagine the root systems within you flowing into the universe. You're not going to take food from the tree that was already there before you. You're going to share in its sustenance. And what its sustenance is unconditional love. And I want you to allow that unconditional love to soak up in your roots all the way to the tippy top of your branches, to the very highest branch, to the very last leaf. And what I mean by leaf and branches is your very body, your body, your soul, your spirit. I want it to fill up the complete and total capacity of your spirit and your soul. We're getting ready to give you information. This is a good way for you to ground yourself and connect, but also feel safe with getting that information and with letting a stranger in. Me being that stranger. But also while you're in this tree system, I want you to release all the things that burden you. Not only the things that burden you, but the things that have caused you trauma, which is the same thing as burden. But the things that have caused you trauma, the things that have caused you anxiety, the things that have caused you physical pain, the things that are causing you physical pain and or distress, and all those things at the root of you that are causing you present pain, all those unconscious things that you can't fully see and not always recognize, but are back there kind of repeating themselves that kind of keep you stuck from living your greatest and most delicious journey. We're going to release them and allow this to move without or throughout your root system and out of your root system. So go to the bottom of the tree and transmute into the earth as it goes out of you, if that makes any sense at all. If you want an added level of releasing, you can let it go from your branches and your leaves. Well, we want you to leave with, after this healing, knowing that the things that burden you are gone. They can no longer take place in your life. They can no longer harm you, hurt you, or cause you turmoil, both physically, well, not both, but emotionally, physically, and spiritually. We want for this moment to be a moment of complete freedom and unconditional love. Not only so you can experience this healing, but also so you can be open to receiving the information we get in the readings coming next. And also so that after this is done, after all of us have gone today, that you can feel even more at peace. You can feel even more freedom, knowing that these things that have caused you any type of hurt, harm, or burden don't have to stay. They can leave, and now you know how to release them. Let them go. Let go of the harm that they have built up over the years, the turmoil, the negative emotions. They can be released freely from you. You can always come back and do this yourself if you want to. Or you can email me and we can do it together. Who knows? Right, so in this moment, I want you all to sit and allow the things that have been stored within you that have caused you pain to be released. And we're going to sit in a little bit of silence just for a quick few seconds, few minutes, and let those things release. Okay. So now that you guys are grounded and feeling all of these delicious emotions and releasing all those things that have caused you turmoil, we're going to do one more thing. And I'd like to release all the things in this present life that have caused you harm from and throughout your inner children and your ancestral lineage from the very beginning. The physical things that bother you are now released. The spiritual things that bother you are now released. The emotional things that bother you are now released. The traumas you've experienced where you hold on to the powerful negative emotions are now released. And they're all replaced with their best and highest opposites. Okay. Ready. So now I would like you all to take a deep breath and inhale optimism, scrumptiousness, and magic, and perfect health, and massive abundance. And exhale anger, hatred, rage, shame, guilt, feelings of not being worthy, enough, or valuable, and let them fully release as your breath fully exits your lungs. We're going to solidify these new beliefs, these new paradigms, these new standards. We're going to cement them and we're going to place an energetic barrier over you, excuse me, by source or made by source in God, where those old things do not come back. And we're going to release the resistance around you to bring them back because you're comfortable in them. Some of you, maybe not all of you, and some of you more unconsciously than consciously, because we don't want to be stuck in shit that keeps us from not enjoying our best lives, right? Right. So we're going to let that go. We're going to let go of the resistance and we're going to fully accept the magic that we deserve. And we're going to embody that. Excuse me. We're going to let that fill us up. We're going to accept it as truth. We're going to, again, release resistance and anxiety. I had to say that real fast, just in case somebody try to put something up that says, no, I want to keep it. Alrighty. And then to wrap up this healing aspect of things, I'd like for you all now to connect back with your human body. And when you're ready, open your eyes. Okay. Woo! How y'all feeling? Feeling good? Okay. Alrighty. So that was kind of quick. Okay. So I want to go with the first person I felt drawn to. The first person I felt drawn to was Pat. And then the second person I felt drawn to was Heather. Those two are just the first ones I really felt a deep connection with immediately. So I'll go to you guys, or I'll go to Pat first, and then I'll go to Heather. But yeah. Hi, Pat. I think she needs to be unmuted. Hold on. Let me get to you really quick. Sorry, Pat. 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, you're unmuted.
Good.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Hi.
you for your healing and choosing me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for
I'm so
being here.
grateful.
Thank you for being vulnerable with us. So I want to ask you next, do you have a specific question, or do you is it something you really want guidance on more than anything?
Well, I'm feeling lightheaded, off balanced when I walk.
Okay. Alrighty. So I want to check in and see what that is. And is it okay if I connect with your energy?
Yes.
Okay. Immediately when you said light, when you felt, or hold on, because now I'm feeling it too, Jesus. Hold on 1 second. Let me equilibrialize. Okay. Okay. So the first thing I got when I connected with you, and the first thing I heard when you said that is vertigo.
Oh, okay.
I'm sensing that you're having deep symptoms of vertigo. I
Okay.
don't want to diagnose you, so I don't want you to take that as fact. I want you to do your research, and I want you to seek out a medical professional. But that is the very, very first thing that I saw, is that you were having very, I don't want to say harsh, but I want to say it feels really hard. It feels really difficult, but I also feel like you're feeling sick from it, like
Mhm.
almost nauseous.
Not quite. No.
Okay. I'm feeling nauseous, so I'm like, are you feeling it too? Okay, so I'm feeling like you're having symptoms of vertigo, and that you have to probably get checked to see what that is, because I'm seeing that it's linked to possible vertigo.
Mhm.
Okay. And the lightheadedness, I think, is also linked to it, but I'm also seeing a bit of a mineral deficiency.
Oh,
Can I say a bit? I'm scanning through your organs, and I'm scanning through your heart, and I'm scanning through everything from the head down.
wow.
And I really see a present mineral deficiency. It's
Okay.
almost like what I'm seeing is there's something you're supposed to be eating regularly that you're not.
Oh,
And if it's not eating, then it's drinking. But yeah, those minerals are missing. Yeah. And I think they'll also help balance you out and also keep you regular. I don't know if
okay.
that's a big worry of yours, but I see it as something like that's like in the back of your mind.
Okay.
But I'm also seeing a little bit of like digestion complications.
No, not
Not
really.
at all. Okay.
I try to I eat a lot of veggies and I
Okay.
do have some meat, but I
Okay.
go very organic.
Okay. There's something you're missing, because I'm seeing like, okay, as you're swallowing things, I'm seeing like your stomach inflame.
Wow.
I don't know. That's weird.
What kind of mineral am I missing?
I was checking into that. I'm seeing a couple of vitamins.
Because I
Uh,
take supplements.
okay. And do you take the supplements like in this like thing where it's a bunch of supplements listed?
It's, I take different things for my bones and I
Okay.
take water wise. I drink water
Hmm.
wise water, which is filtered very
Okay.
well.
That makes
And I
sense.
drink
Okay.
green powder with
Hmm.
minerals and things like that
Okay.
too.
Okay, because I'm seeing that you need those supplements like in the raw. Like you more so need not just like the supplement, but you need like the plant it's connected to, if that makes any sense.
Okay,
Um,
what is that?
like what it means is like, like you're saying you drink the thing that has the minerals in it, but I'm seeing that
Mhm.
you need like the plant in the raw. Like in the raw means like maybe dried and from Chinese medicine. And I'm seeing that will benefit you more than taking supplements or taking like the powder. but I think you need it more so in the raw. Dried is not necessarily in the raw. It's a little bit processed because it's dried, but I feel like you need it in the raw. And you can blend it if you want to, but it has to be a little more natural than where you're going to really get the full nutrients of it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Can you give me the name of the?
Yeah, I'll keep checking. But the clearest thing I'm seeing is vitamin B12.
I take that,
A. Okay, vitamin A,
right?
D, and E. But there's other stuff too that you need that I think you need to get tested for because I can't necessarily like see exactly what it is. But I'm sensing that you're really in need of more than what you're getting,
Oh, okay.
specifically vitamin wise and specifically nutrient wise. But yeah. So yeah, I apologize. Not completely like there's a little things that feel a little bit off, but I do feel like you're deficient. And I
Mhm.
feel like you also should get checked. Because I'm seeing the vertigo very clearly.
Mhm.
But yeah, so I hope that that kind of gives you a little bit of help.
Okay,
Um,
so
and-
I'll increase the B12.
okay, I I wouldn't say increase the B12. I would say find it in its more natural form. And find the other supplements and vitamins you might be taking in its natural form or more natural form, not just in your food, but um in exactly where it comes from. If that makes any, it sounds so weird, but it's supposed to come from the source, not just like salad or a supplement. Like it's supposed to come from a very physical source. So it also look into Chinese medicine to see if you can start taking like teas and stuff that would give you more help with your organs and with your vertigo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I connected with Jing
Okay.
Herbs, and
Okay.
I'm receiving something that will help the kidneys and the bladder and stuff, and
Okay.
the lightheadedness. I'm going to receive that. It's called Romanium 6.
Okay. Okay, but also in the meantime, get checked for vertigo. See if it's even there. And see if you have or if you need any assistance with it. Because I think once you know, you can begin to do things to prevent it and work through it, like heal it. So yeah, hope that helps a little.
Okay,
Man,
we're doing our best, and I'll
yes,
get guidance from my angels too.
definitely. But I'll yeah, Shantana said Celtic salts. That might do help or do well for you as well.
What is it?
Celtic salts.
Celtic.
Yeah, they have
Salt.
a lot of minerals, and she also said ashwagandha. But the thing with me is I
And I
can't
take
see-
ashwagandha. I take
Okay.
that.
Okay. She
I take that
recommended it.
already.
Okay, I think it might be a good thing. She said Shantana.
Himalayan salt is what I take.
Okay. Try the other ones to see what minerals are missing. But also when you're doing these mineral things, when you're trying out these supplements, ask your body if they're good for you before you take them. Like
Okay.
ask your body if it will benefit your body and ask your body like how it'll feel on them because not all supplements are good.
Yeah.
All
Well, I
supplements,
try to stay on organic supplements.
but even organic's not always the best. So like really like the one thing I want you to do is when you before you buy the supplement, like take a pill or take whatever is close to you that has muscle test them like Belinda said. Muscle
Yeah.
test the supplement before you take it because sometimes you might take it thinking it's healthy and it's not meant for you. So test it first and then take it after your body says yes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I usually hold it in my hand and I sway forward for a yes
Huh.
and backwards for a no.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's like the best form of muscle testing because your body is like it's your best like detector. So yeah, listen to that. And if it says yes, then do it. If it doesn't, then yeah.
Okay.
But also
So,
Shantana is saying to check your thyroid as well.
yeah. Yeah, my thyroids, I've had chemistry tests when I go to the doctors and they're all good.
Have you
My
had them
thyroids
recently?
are good.
Okay. Have you had them recently?
Well, I go once a year or twice.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
I send healing light to,
Okay.
my organs and
I
stuff
think
too.
it's time for a little bit of a checkup. Just to see if you're okay, if what you need and what they can help you with.
Mhm.
But yeah, so I hope that helps you, and I hope that it gives you a little bit of information as to what you can do to improve just a little better. But yeah, thank you for being vulnerable with me.
So I have to go see a medical doctor, you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. I think at least for a checkup, at least see if they can draw blood and see if there's anything they can improve. But specifically because I see a little bit of vertigo and I think you should get checked for it. Yeah. And again, I could be wrong, but I see it very clearly. So I would go to get checked. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll listen to my inner guidance too.
Okay. Whatever feels best for you, it's okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Right. You're welcome. Okay, Heather, are you available?
I am.
Okay.
How are you?
Hi.
Hello.
What is up?
It's so nice to connect with you. Thank you, Andrew.
You're
I'm
welcome.
just chilling here in my office, connecting with all of you on
Awesome.
a Sunday.
Awesome. Did you have a question or did you just want to like say hi?
I like I feel the pull, the call to step into my power, and I'm doing different things to work on my spiritual growth. I'm going back to school. I'm practicing speaking, I'm facilitating, I'm doing super awkward things.
Mhm.
Um, and I feel a strong pull to do energy healing. But like right now, I feel like I'm in this weird limbo land of I don't know if it's lack of community
Mm.
or what's going on. And I think my heart chakra might be like shut down a little bit. I don't know.
Okay.
So is that a question? No, that's not really a question, is
Not really, but it does give me a little bit of like a little bit of something to go on.
Okay.
Because the first thing I saw is that there's like a little bit of heart trauma,
Mm,
a little bit of trust trauma.
yeah.
That's not really psychic, that's more like obvious. But just because you said that there's like a blockage there, so that immediately
Yeah.
symbols to me that there's a blockage around trust. So I think that that's your next step is to really trust that someone can help you. Because I feel like there's a part of you that doesn't truly and honestly believe it.
Mm,
Especially when it comes to energy healing. Um, yeah, I feel like there's a part of you that's a little bit skeptical. Is it possible? Can they do it? Is there
well,
someone?
100%. I've experienced it myself. It's more like I feel so much skepticism around me. Like I'm studying it, I'm doing it. But there's so many people around me that don't believe in it. And so I think it makes me pause what I'm doing. But I
Okay.
have such a pull to do it and it feels amazing. But again, it's like this.
Mhm.
And then I think maybe just trust in myself, like who am I or what am I doing?
Yeah. It's almost like this belonging sort of thing where like you don't want to do anything that might get you in a place to where you're not chosen by the people you call friends and family. I don't know if they're too close to you, but it's like this thing where you're afraid of not belonging. You're afraid of not having your friends and family. Whoever's saying this, I don't know who they are, but yeah, I think the fear is weighing on you more than, can I say that? The fear is weighing on you, I guess I would say equal to you wanting to keep the relationship.
Mm,
I don't want to say more because I feel like more might be too bad or it might feel too bad. I'll say that. But I think that's the biggest thing or a big thing to work through is their fear of them not wanting to still be your family or your friends.
mm,
Not or the fear of like not belonging.
mm,
Um, but yeah, I think that that's what will call you to not only do energy healing, but also find one who resonates with you. To
mm.
help you move through it. I know you can probably do it on your own. You've been learning how to do it. So I would say, yes, do work on yourself. But there are parts of you that are always going to be a little bit stuck because there's a part of your brain that wants to keep you safe.
That's
And
right.
staying safe means staying stuck in your old crap.
Yeah.
So like it's really, really great that you're learning because now you can do work on yourself. Now you can sit and chill and like heal.
Mm,
But it will not always, but most of the time it will be very surface based because you want to keep yourself safe. And you want to stay stuck in the scaredness and the indecision and the not feeling worthy because they feel safe. So while you're doing the work to learn, do the work to find a good person who resonates with you, who can help you get through this crap so that you're not feeling like, well, shit, I'm stuck.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's a good place to start. I think it's good that you have an awareness around it because you can move forward now and you can be scrumptious.
I love that. Thank you.
Welcome. So I hope that helped. I hope that it kind of answered your question. But yeah, but also there's a little bit of your trust that needs to be worked through, some heart wounds that you need to be worked through. But I think you won't have too much of a hard time. And I think you're on track to find a really great healer. Whoever else you feel resonate with, you don't have to resonate with me, but yeah, I think it's time for you to seek out healing while you're learning it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did
Thank
that
you,
help?
Andrew. Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for being vulnerable with me.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so the next person I want to go to is Monica. Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
You're welcome. Do you have a specific question for me, or do you want me to just check in and see what I see?
Yes, please just check in and see what you see, honey.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is it okay if I connect with your energy?
Please.
Okay. This might be weird, but the first thing I saw was snow.
I live in Maine, so the near the Canadian border. So pretty soon.
Okay. Let's see what you need to know right now. I'm calling your guides and see what messages they have for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. A lot of like symbolism with animals and nature. Because now I'm seeing you like swimming upstream as like a human fish. That doesn't make sense. Like you're like a giant trout swimming upstream. More so a salmon, but yeah. It's not what you need to know, but I just had to say it. What does she need to know? Hmm. Okay. Okay, now I'm seeing something very clearly. Um, I'm seeing almost like a breaking apart for you. And I'll explain what that means or explain exactly what I'm seeing so it makes more sense. But okay, so I'm seeing you breaking apart from yourself. But the way that I'm seeing it is like almost like there's a part of you that's stuck with the other part of you. And that sounds so weird because obviously you're stuck within you. You're like within your body, your soul, and your spirit. But it's almost like you're at war with yourself. And not only that, it's like I see you trying to pull apart from yourself. And you're trying and trying and trying so hard, but you're at the very tip of yourself. Like your feet are still connected, your hands are still connected, but you cannot get free. And I see you in like this constant loop of pulling, pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling.
Maybe it's the Matrix.
Okay. I'll keep checking in and see what that means because it seems very clear, but it also seems very cryptic. It's almost like, what the hell does that mean? Like, I don't, what? But it almost feels like you're almost at war with yourself and your environment in like a spiritual way. More so like there's a specific path you want to be on, but you're having a hard time getting and staying on that path. And you're fighting with yourself and your logic and your ego about if that path is not only right, but like if it makes sense to your logic.
I'm trying to figure out what that path is.
Okay. To me, it feels like the path to your spiritual, like your spiritual connection, your spiritual healing, your spiritual processing. Because I see that your soul and your physical body are at war with each other, it looks like. And it's weird because it's not like you're fighting. It's not like you're in turmoil. It's more so in this aspect of like trying to separate. And the separation isn't a bad separation, like one is bad or the other one is good, but it's more so a separation of like one needs something and the other one needs something, and that they can't be together while they both need that different thing. Is that weird?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So it's strange. I've never seen that before. Because usually when I see somebody at war with themselves, when I see somebody trying to detach from themselves, it's usually a bad thing. But for you, it's not really a bad thing. It's almost like you don't truly know what you need. You don't really truly know what you need to not only improve, but to expand.
Yes.
Okay. Like,
Working on myself digitally, cleaning the vessel to be
okay.
channel of whatever that means for the highest good.
Okay.
Numerology, I'm a 33.
Mhm.
My path is a 6.
Mhm.
I was born in November, so I'm
Mhm.
Scorpio. So I keep having the Phoenix moments every day.
Ooh. Okay. So that
Death
makes
and
sense.
rebirth, death and rebirth, constantly death, and sometimes literally. But yeah,
Oh, okay. So that makes sense as to what I'm seeing. It's almost like when I said your soul and your physical body are almost trying to separate from each other, that makes a lot of sense. It makes sense of why you're having, or why you just said that you're having this constant like death and rebirth, because that's exactly what's happening. It's almost like your body and your soul are trying to disconnect, and they both need something that they both aren't truly aware of, like to expand, if that makes any sense. Like there is something you're not yet fully aware of that you need to go that next level. But I think it's rooted in the detachment from your human body. But I think there's a little bit of like fear around detaching from your human body because it's what you know and it's what you're used to. And you're like, but if I detach from my human body, does that mean I die? Ooh, okay. So thank you for that tidbit of information because that helps out a lot. Okay. So I'm seeing that. Are you afraid of dying at all?
no, I actually had 9 near deaths. I
Ooh.
died 2.5 times in a hospital by myself.
Mm-hmm.
I am the 1/2, the 1% of the way showers that,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Okay.
that I was told. I'm a very hard case.
Mm-hmm.
And I had my childhood, there was no love there. They're just very horrific childhood. No
Mm-hmm.
one's black sheep, there is no one. So
Mm-hmm.
I had to rely pretty much on myself
Mm.
and raise myself when I was 3 years old.
Okay. So there's a lot of hardship, but there's also a part of you that has been doing a lot of healing for a long time.
Yes.
Um, and there's still a part of you that has a little bit of trepidation around completely separating from your human body. I don't think I wanted to call it fear earlier because it's what it feels like for me. But for you, I don't, like you said, you're not really afraid of dying. But I
Been,
wonder if you're
been
truly,
there, done that.
sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I'd been there, done that, didn't see a thing. I was worried about that. I didn't
Mm-hmm.
see any, no tunnel, no one there, flash,
Mm-hmm.
nothing,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
That's strange. Okay. Well, not strange. I can't call it strange because I wouldn't know. Um, but yeah, I think right now it's more so of you trying to get past your human and wondering what's next for you spiritually. I think that's more so what I'm seeing when I say all of this is that the part of you that's stuck, from what I'm seeing, is more so your logic and your ego. But there's
Ah,
also a detachment from your human body that you need to step forward more spiritually. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there was a lot of karma with the body, you know. Some
Mm-hmm.
lives, I guess I was crippled in a bed and couldn't move, and it kept going on and on and on in different lives. And
Oh wow.
so still the remnants of you know, born genetically,
Mm-hmm.
mitochondria is not good, just things, you know, I was born disfigured inside. So there's different things. I was compromised when the sperm and the egg and the light happened, you know? This
Mm.
happened. So what do you do? I mean, what do you do when you're given that hand?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would like to run and jump. I would like to go do all these things. I would.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times my body doesn't cooperate. And
Mm-hmm.
why are you so rigid? Why aren't you more relaxed? You know, my body, my muscles, my so I don't know.
Okay. So the thing right now to do is to accept the lesson of it. I know that sounds really dumb and very like cliche. What is it? What are those
But I,
things you get at the restaurant? Very like fortune cookie. But I think the thing is to learn a lesson of it and to finally heal past the karma in your body. So you need a healer as well. To really take you that next step and to let you release you from that last physical, or can I say physical? That last piece that's keeping you stuck physically so that you never have to repeat it again. So yes, it's time to find a healer as well, to find help, to get rid of your blind spots and to get past not only your ego, your logic, but your physical. But yeah, that was a really long way to go about saying that. So I apologize for that. But yeah, I think that's your next step. Your next step is to heal the lasting or the last remnants of that that's stuck within you, that karma. Because I'm still seeing, like, as I'm saying all this out loud, like I'm seeing you get closer to yourself. Like your soul and your physical are like closer and closer. Like you're not pulling at each other anymore. It's almost like a realization of something that, well, not something, of what was being said that is now kind of bringing harmony to where you don't feel like you're fighting. Yeah. But again, fighting, I think, is more so of a word that means more to me than you, because it doesn't really feel like a very physical, like battle, like you're really like going at it with each other. But it feels like a kind of a fight to me, like a need to separate. So yeah,
well, thank you very kindly for
you're welcome.
shedding some light on it.
Yeah, you're welcome. I hope it made sense, and I hope it felt some sort of resonance, and I hope that it helps you get a little bit of clarity as to what to do next. Clarity.
Well, when I have a meeting with Shantana, I'll ask her.
Okay. All right, that's awesome. I love that you're going to Shantana. She's a really great healer.
Thank you, darling.
Yeah. All
Thank you.
righty.
Bye.
You're welcome. Thank you for being vulnerable with us.
Thank you for calling on me.
You're welcome. Okay, so the next person I want to go to is Belinda. See what you want to share with us today. Okay, there you go. Hi.
Yes, muted. Hi. Well, it's just such a pleasure speaking to you, Andrew. You just kind of put a big smile on my face, so thank you for that initially.
Thank you.
I'd like you just to, well, yeah, a couple of things, but mainly see what spirit or what comes through for, about me.
Okay. So I'll check in with you and see what's going on.
Yep.
And I'll call in your guides and ancestors as well. And I'll also call in anyone who wants to help, like has a message for you, I'll say. Because I feel like there's someone coming in who wants to help heal you. But I'll get to that after I find out what you need to know. Um, I want to scan through you and see what else I get, but also have your guides bring in whatever information you need to know now. Hmm. Okay. So the biggest thing I'm sensing, or okay, at first I'll tell you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing your whole body is red, especially in specific organs within you that are like red. And I checked in to see what that meant, and I sense that it's a lot of stored negative emotions. Keep checking in. Um, yeah. A lot of wounding is stored, a lot of hurt is stored. Um, but what the weird thing is like it's not even stored just in your heart. It's like stored everywhere else. Specifically your womb and your stomach, but also there's parts of this trauma, parts of this pain, parts of this like stuff that's been added within you throughout your body. But again, it's like it almost like bypasses your heart and stores everywhere else. Like your heart has its own wounding, but it almost feels like for your heart, like it's almost like I've had enough. Like just leave me, stop. Yeah. And I sense like this closed offness in your heart where you're just like, okay, I can't let anything else in, or I'm not gonna, it's like, it's almost like I'm not gonna survive this. Like, just leave me alone. Um, and I also see it as like very dark. Like, it's just like, I'm closed down for repairs. Nobody come in, leave it the hell, leave me, just go. But yeah, I'm also seeing that your other organs are like deeply inflamed. And I think it's more so spiritual than physical, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's stored there that needs to be released. But I'm also sensing, like, as I'm saying that out loud, like there's a part of me that's like, how? What? How? Um, yeah. And I think there's a part of you that really needs to be, I don't want to say honest, but I'm gonna say honest because it's the only word that I can think of that makes sense to this situation. But almost honest with yourself about what those things are and how much pain they caused you so that you can let them go. But I'm also sensing that there's a story that you tell yourself about them to keep yourself safe from ever letting that happen again, or ever letting anyone come in to do those things that they did, no matter what they are or how harmful they are. Because I feel like it's a part of you that plays this story about like it could have been worse as a way to like drum down, or not drum, but like downplay how bad these things were. I feel like I'm gonna get up, open my eyes, you can be like, well, I've never been through any sort of trauma. But um they don't they feel like things that traumatized you, that were traumatic for you. Um Things that may not have registered as trauma to you, more so or registered as things that caused you great harm for a long period of time. So yeah, I think there is a little bit of closed offness when it comes to your heart space. Well, I can't even say a little bit, a lot. Um, and there's also a lot of stored stuff in your organs that needs to be addressed, specifically your stomach and your womb. You have a very deep mother wound. Um, a little on the father as well, but more so deeply with the mother. And I sense that it's been passed down, like from mother to mother to mother, and it was given to you to address it. But I think it was given to anyone who would address it. And I think it's finally your time to fully address it. Yeah. How do you feel?
That's
And
intense, that's heavy, and
okay.
I have been feeling quite vulnerable today. I thought, well, this evening, and
Okay.
I thought perhaps it was as a result of going through a release with a session this afternoon. Shantara did a group
Ooh.
healing thing, and I thought maybe that's why I was feeling vulnerable. But yes, I am feeling vulnerable. I'm feeling very yeah, wounded. Yeah. Um, lost trust, I guess,
Mhm.
in people I thought I could trust, which is adding on to the wounding. And I have been going through a stage where just leave me the hell alone, let me be. So yeah, I just want to heal. I just want to be left alone to heal. But then again, I don't know how. So yeah, it's a very vulnerable time.
So it makes sense that you're going through what you're going through, and I'm glad that I was able to see it. But I'm also really glad that you're going through Shantana because you have help and you have a healer who can help you through all of those things. But I'm also seeing that it's time now, yes, for you to be, well, no, I'm not saying that you should be alone in a sense. Like I'm sensing that you should be with people who are good, who are kind, and who are nurturing, and be able to attract that energy. I think you need healing to get there first, but I think, in a sense, you shouldn't be alone. I think that reason why I'm seeing that is because I'm sensing that being alone allows you to sit in the things that you're going through. And I don't think that's good for you. I think that you have to, in a sense, find that help to release you from it. I'm glad, again, that you're going to Shantana because you have someone where you don't have to be alone. You can have someone you can go to help you release and remove and extract and all those things. So keep going there for help. Find others if you want to. But yeah, I don't think you should truly be alone. Because again, if you are alone, if you stay stuck in that loneliness, in that hurt, you'll let it fester. And I think your organs need release from it. Not just your heart, but everything else. So yeah, go back to her, connect, and see what more healing you can do to release you from not only like the emotional turmoil of it, but the physical turmoil of it. And really work steadfast in releasing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you for sharing with us, and thank you for being vulnerable, because I know it's hard to deal with betrayal. It's hard to deal with hurt. It's hard to deal with all those things that people have done to you. And this is going to sound really stupid and might piss you off a little bit, but instead of just sitting in the hurt and in the pain, find the lesson behind it. And again, I know that's so stupid, and you're like, how? Like, why are you saying this dumb shit to me?
I do find the lesson behind it, and so I become grateful for the lesson.
Okay.
But yeah, at the moment I'm feeling super vulnerable. So yeah.
Okay. That's a good thing though. Cry as much as you need to, because you'll release, and you'll release all the pain that's been stored around them. And I think that's a part of the lesson as well. Let it go. Cry, throw up, whatever, punch something. Just don't break anything or yourself. But yeah.
I don't have the energy to punch.
But yeah, if you need a punch, hit a pillow, not a person or a tree, because you might have to go to the hospital. But yeah, make sure that you're releasing, letting go, feeling, and allowing these things to go through you, because again, you can't keep storing them in your organs. You can't keep allowing your organs to be like the epicenter for their home. You got to let them go. So keep feeling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I haven't allowed myself to feel in a while. So because I've had to just rely on me. So it's now I'm starting to feel, and it's kind of raw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also love that you said that. I love that you said you haven't really allowed yourself to feel. So I think it's a good time to kind of let yourself feel. It's a good time to just sit in bed and like cry about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel a bit in the eyes right now with everybody watching the tears, but sorry guys. But thank you for the safe space.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. But yeah, thank you for being vulnerable with us, and thank you for allowing me to look into you and share that with the audience. So you're awesome. You got this, and you have a really great healer to help you. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. You put a smile on my face. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. I'm glad I
Okay.
could do that.
Bye.
All right, so I think I have time for one more person, and I think I want to pick. I'm kind of fighting between two. Okay, so I'll pick Manon, and if I have time, then I'll go to Vicky. Okay, Manon, are you there? see what information comes up for you, girl. She's not there. Okay.
I asked you to pick me. Yeah, thank you.
You said you asked me to pick you?
Yes,
Oh.
I asked you. Yeah.
My psychics are on overdrive today.
And you know, I can relate to so many people that you talk to. I have a really difficult. I've had really difficult past 10 years from the physical injuries due to yoga, and it's been a growing experience, but it also has been very difficult. That I didn't want to live. It was so painful.
Oh wow. Okay.
So yeah, and I know I have a lot of ancestral past life stuff, and I was wondering if you can do a reading or scanning for me. If
Yeah.
possible.
Is there something specific you want me to look through or
I mean,
look for? Excuse me.
why did I choose such a difficult lesson? I mean,
That's a really good question.
yeah.
Okay. I'll check in to see. And I'll call in the first you who chose this experience. Ooh. Okay, this might piss you off just a little bit. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the first you picked this so you could understand what it was like to experience difficulties. Not only that, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, but not only that, you picked this so that you could learn how to get through it. So that you could learn how to get through it and be the best self you possibly could be. And I think that's what you're missing. I think that's what you're missing is the idea, the understanding, the trust, and the belief that you can be beyond it. You can go beyond it and you can have everything you've ever possibly wanted. And I think that's why you're still stuck is because you don't truly believe you can get beyond what you're going through. You don't truly believe that you can be more than your struggle. And I think that's why you're stuck. There's been a lot of proof that what you're going through is not going to end. And not only is there proof, but you search for proof that it's never going to end.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, and don't feel bad, don't feel guilty, don't feel shameful because it's not your fault really. It's your brain. Your brain gets accustomed to something, and it keeps finding that thing to keep you safe. You don't feel safe having magic or good or prosperity or abundance. You don't feel safe in it. You don't fully trust it. You don't fully trust that you can sustain it. So you have to move into that place of where not only can you believe it, but you can see it and then train your brain to look for it instead of what you're looking for now. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so now it's time to not only heal, but retrain your brain. I know that sounds easy coming from a stranger, but to give you a little bit of story, I came from a very abusive and narcissistic mother. For my entire life, I've always looked for everyone to be my mother. Always. And I found it up until my aunt came into my life. And at every moment, she would prove to me, I'm not your mofo mother. So stop looking for her in me. And I kind of looked at her a lot of the times when she would say that as like, what? You still hurt her. But she never was. At every moment, I would do something really stupid. She was never my mother. I would say something really stupid. She was never my mother. So I started to kind of understand and get the proof that, okay, she's not my mother. But I had to condition my brain to see it. Still a work in progress because I got a little bit of autism. But yeah, it's something that you have to begin to switch in your brain. Something you have to change and be able to see it. And then once you do that, you'll be fine. But then also do the healing work around it because if you don't, then you'll go back to it. You'll keep going back, keep going back. So yeah, I hope that helped you.
Yeah, you know, I've had a trust issue a lot since childhood. And
Yeah.
yeah, I've had difficulties growing up, got bullied and all stuff. So
Yeah.
I
Same.
I know I can change, but
Mhm.
I'm scared, or
Yeah.
it's like,
I think you're scared. And you also
yeah.
believe that you're running out of time.
Mm.
And you're not. And I think get beyond the fear and get beyond the trust. And I think, again, find you a good healer who can help you through it, because you'll need that help, because you won't be able to fully get through it, because there's a part of you that wants to keep yourself safe. There's a part of you that doesn't fully, truly want to change. And I know that sounds really horrible. That sounds almost like an insult, but it's your brain. It's not really your fault. So you have to do the work to get beyond it. And that's how you'll move forward. But yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for being vulnerable with me. I have 1 minute. I wanted to get to you, Vicky, but I don't know if I'll have time for 1 minute. But can I get to Vicky really quick?
Yes, you have time.
Okay. Yay! Thank you. Okay, Vicky, are you here? She unmuted? Do I have to unmute her? How do I unmute? Okay, there she goes. Hi, Vicky. Wait, I still can't hear you. Vicky? I think maybe your audio's off or down because I can't hear you at all, Vicky. Oh, damn. Okay. I apologize, guys. I ran out of time. It's someone else's time right now. But if you
No,
do want to,
no,
oh,
you have not run out of time.
I can still go.
Franny's not here yet, so
Okay, so
go
we
as
still
long
have
as you
time.
like.
Okay, Vicky, I can still get you. Okay. So, Vicky, do you have, well, your audio still kind of, I still can't hear you at all. Is it turned up? You might be connected to some headphones somewhere, because I can't hear you. Oh, you have headphones in. Huh, maybe try unplugging them and see what happens. See if that works. I still can't hear you. Fudge. That sucks. Okay, maybe it's, I don't know. Oh, unmute. Okay. Oh, she's here. Okay, so Franny's here. So you guys, if you want to connect with me, please shoot me an email. For this event, I'm doing a $97 price for reading for a full hour with me. So utilize that if you're ready for a full hour, and connect with me when you have the chance. And thank you so much for connecting with me. I apologize, Vicky, we couldn't get to you, but thank you all who did, and thank you all for being vulnerable with me. Okay. Sorry, Franny, it's your turn. Ready, you guys?
All right.
I'm just glad I
Franny.
got to see your beautiful face.
Oh, yes, you can see my face here.
Were you talking to her or me?
Mind you, Andrew has a pretty nice face too.
Thanks.
Everybody loves you, Frank. So, okay, what do we have next? It is Franny. So this is Franny the healer, everybody. I hope you enjoy her. And I'm going to mute myself now.
Hi, thank you so much. It's such an honor, profound honor to just be a part of this event and to be a part of any and all healing experiences on this planet and with every beautiful human that I get to serve. So I really am grateful for that, and wanted to be here to tell you a little bit about myself and just share. And I would love to do some healings and readings here live for those who have questions. So I wanted to share just a little bit about me to just open my heart to you all. I have been connecting with my beautiful spirit guides since I was a little girl, and I love to connect with them. What I would used to call them is my smarter me. And that is really how I started connecting to the metaphysical world. Is I really believe I was on the spectrum, and they began giving me the social cues that I needed, but more than that, really being aware of the adults around me, and the ever-changing landscape and feelings for my little sensitive empath body was really, really challenging. And I highly believe that this is why they connected so deeply with me at that time, to help me feel safe in those experiences where I was feeling other people's feelings, where visions came in when I'd have a vision, and to explain it to me to help me understand. So I love using all of the psychic skills through them, I would say, is the way that my psychic gifts most powerfully come in. Is there's definitely clairaudience, claircognizance. All of that are things that I love to teach about. And truly, it's through my guides that I feel like these gifts come through. So they wanted to share a bit of information today and just share some connections to the divine supreme love. And I would love to connect with as many people as I can. So I'm going to be as brief on this as possible. Just want to do an opening container of light for all of us. So if you all will, I just invite you to join me in the heart space together. And if you will, close your eyes for a moment as we begin and take a few deep breaths in through your nose, out through your mouth. I invite you to join me in this heart space as Archangel Metatron is bringing a beautiful cube of light, a container for our entire group. We get to release energy here together today. We get to open to our own unique gifts and skills. The number one thing they really want to share, and beautiful Miracel is my spirit guide. They are so powerfully here right now. Thank you, Miracel. This is the first time I'm naming them out loud in public, so they're always I always honor them in my readings, but Miracel is here. She says she really wants us to share, to know that we are, and you know this, we're never alone, never truly. The divine supreme love that is truly love. They care so deeply about us. And so like any parent, like most parents would, they wouldn't want to leave us on our own here. So each of you, as we do readings today, we're connecting with your spirit guides, your guardian angels, your ancestor guides, your beautiful body that has so much information. And through that work, the divine supreme love, divine supreme God, the archangels, holy angels, spiritual helpers, and every layer of love and support between the heaven realm and the third dimension is what we are here and meant to connect to. And it's truly the honor and the pleasure of my life to, with every human I serve, just reconnect to that power within. It's not my power that you're connecting to as you get a reading. It's your own beautiful gifts and skills. It's part of really, truly my mission and soul purpose on this planet is that we find our soul power and we're able to actualize it here on the earth plane. Thank you, Miracel. So with that, I would love to honor and begin. Looks like we have 9. Looks like we have some hands raised. Kavita, I believe. Kavita, I would love to start with you for your reading. Thank you, guides. We open that beautiful Metatron's cube is here. It will be transforming energy for us this whole time. Thank you, Archangel Metatron. So I'm ready when you want to unmute. I would love to hear your question.
Hi.
Hi, Kavita.
Hi. So happy to be here. I would love a reading about love life, and I'm taking a trip in February. I was just wondering what you see about that trip.
Wonderful. And when it comes to love life, Kavita, is there any specific questions you have?
Yeah, I'm single now. I was just wondering if you pick up someone coming in, someone of significance, and I'm going to Dubai in February. So I was just wondering if you could pick up anything about that trip.
Yes, absolutely. So love, love, love. There is definitely. So what are you, Spirit asked us as a question for you. This trip to Dubai, is this a business trip or is this pleasure?
It's pleasure.
And are you going with family?
And a tour.
You're going on a tour. Lovely. Hmm. So the first thing that your beautiful spirit guides want to say about this trip is that thank you. You heard our message. It is absolutely a brilliant opportunity for your whole being. You're going to be reconnecting to some past life energy, gifts and skills, ideas, ways of being, ways that you embodied in a past life specifically. And Dubai, there's so much new here. So part of the message from your guides on this trip is that as you experience this, as you're on tour, as your eyes are taking in the many different amazing gifts here, it's reconnecting you not only to past lives here on this planet, but on other planets. And when we talk about being a star seed, this is one of the most powerful things that we're here to embody at this time, is what we have learned in other parts, in other galaxies, and other dimensions. And specifically for your beautiful being. So the starseed energy that I felt coming in, or healing rather, on this trip to Dubai, is an ancient one, connected to an ancient civilization called Lyra. And to bring this to the present moment and why it's relevant now is that in conflict, that planet exploded. It did. And it was only one of the worlds, but it was a huge loss of home. So often people who have still in their DNA and spine experiencing that lifetime still feel like an outsider sometimes. And it happens on different levels. So sometimes they're able to really excel at expressing themselves, like at work or through other venues, but then they really need downtime. Sometimes this expresses itself in feeling challenged and finding home space, really feeling at home, not feeling like an outsider anymore. And a lot of light workers come in with this pattern of a little bit feeling like outside the normal boundaries. And I'm sure all of us in this event have experienced that to some extent. But in any ways, and you're going to know this best, in any ways that outsider pattern has inhabited your existence, and how, and in any way that's in different relationships. Kavita is, your guide just said Kavita is really good at honing in on soul family. And I feel that was another purpose for this trip, is embodying, being even more at home in your body, no matter where you are on this planet. I love that. So there's really a part of you. It's almost like, I guess what I would say too, on the earth plane, it feels like a soul piece coming back in through this trip. And so we could read a past life from the Middle East if you're interested in that, but we don't have to dive into that today. What I can say is that a piece that was lost to trauma, it wasn't exactly in Dubai, but it was in that part of the world. So it's really good that you're going to be there. We'll be able to come back into the body, and it will definitely happen gently as you're sleeping. So,
wow.
Any questions about that?
That sounds so interesting. Yeah, what does it mean when a part of the soul comes back into you? What exactly does that mean?
Very, very good question. So I don't know if any, so one of the ways to connect, that I connected to this deeply, was through the Seth materials. The Seth and Judy, I believe, who channeled Seth, understood the soul more in the way my spirit guides present it, is that your eternal soul, your eternal self, your higher self, exists as the soul being that you are, is so immense that not all of you can inhabit one human form. So we went all the way back on that one. Thank you, guys. So the piece of you that is inhuman, for the part of you that can fit into the body, it continues, more of you continues to expand and come into the body. More of your fifth dimensional self comes into the third dimension as you heal, as you experience different things in life. And this trip, I think, is a great significant one for you. And so soul pieces coming back into the body, it's more of a traditional shamanic, but I've seen it happen in so many different healings, is it's not like we are completely separate from our soul, but a piece of our soul can leave the physical existence and can go to a different part of the universe, the multiverse, to heal. And so sometimes, like how we've experienced that on the earth plane, is, I'll use abuse as an example because it's such an easy one. When someone's experiencing abuse on the earth plane, a part of them can disassociate. So we use words like disassociate. And that's when some soul loss can happen. In Curandero and the beautiful traditional medicine of, they call it, it's like, it's the same, there's a special word in many different actually modalities for soul loss. So it's just a piece of you that just can't be with the conscious part of you that is lost during a specific trauma.
Oh,
And
okay.
trauma is different to each body. So it's specific to an experience for you.
Okay.
And then as you heal, it is able to, your heart is a magnet. Your heart's truly a magnet. So it's able to come back to your body. It never is lost to you forever. But it feels like when we do different experiences on this planet, it signals to our guides we're ready for something more. And this is one of those things for you. It's like you signal to your guides, okay, I'm ready for something more. And I am sure that love has to do with this.
Very interesting. Do you have time to give me any information about what you see in terms of love life? Do you see someone coming in?
This is what I want to talk to you about with love. Sure. What we want to know is when you are ready. And that is such an angering question in some ways, because here's what your guides just want to say about when they're coming in. Safety. Your beautiful heart has, as much as you may, your level of desire on this is known to your heart. And whatever that level of desire is, what your guides would love to support you in is every experience that helps you feel safe, because they're already ready for you. And they are going to come in. What the length of time is going to depend on your heart. There is something in this experience that, as far as letting someone in close to that beautiful human that is you, as much as your soul has wanted it, there is some heart trauma that has occurred that is like, I'm almost ready, but so I'm really glad you're going on this trip. I feel like there are some experiences that are going to help. Like there's our conscious mind and what we're ready for, and our head is usually often light years ahead of where our body is at. It's kind of a simple human way to explain it. So it sounds like you are really ready for the experience, and your whole body, mind, and soul is working really hard to catch up. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Such an honor.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. So for whoever's next for a reading, I'm so honored. Thank you.
Who do you want to pick?
I can't see the list right now.
Oh, okay. I'll pick somebody then.
If you could pick somebody, that'd be so awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Here we go. Here's Vicky.
Vicky.
Vicky had problems with her audio last time, but she's figured it out, she said.
Awesome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Vicky.
Hi, Franny. Nice
Hi,
to
my
have you do a
love.
reading for me.
I'd love to.
I'm open, anything.
Wonderful. In that case, hello, amazing eternal soul. It is a pleasure and a joy to be a part of your experience here on Earth. Thank you for your patience. This has been an immensely trying experience, and we are grateful. You are, you have crossed more finish lines in this lifetime than many dream to in terms of soul knowledge and experience. So this is truly your guides are just bringing amazing. This is great energy for the soul level. They're bringing karma. They're talking about the karma and how much you have accomplished from your soul purpose plan. And they said, Vicky, now is the time. With so much of your knowledge, you have so much knowledge and wisdom, it's time to hone in on really what you desire the most. Really, really what you desire the most. So they want to assist you with pain. How has your pain been? Pain levels in the body.
There's a lot of pain in my between my heart and my knees.
Absolutely. So as you breathe, that is the main thing your guides wanted to come for, is that you are a really magnificent soul. They have a lot of messages about how much you've accomplished, but what I really felt most was the pain rising up and the easing of that and the relief of that. And there is a part of you. Okay, so here's what we want to do. Can we do a little soul retrieval right here for a moment? Because there's a part of you still in Egypt that is in pain right now. This is what our guides are showing, and it's a part of you that is so this is at the Valley of the Kings, and I believe this was before the pyramids. It's certainly before they were all constructed. We're in the Valley of the Kings, and so I want to just for a moment to Luxor. There's the hexagonal, like white light temple that's there, and the green flame. So if you will, just invite you to breathe deep. Part of the beautiful desire in your heart of true love, of love. They want to dematerialize some of the pain that happened. So in this past life, just would invite you to close your eyes. You are in a pillar of Merkaba light from Archangel Metatron. Isis and Osiris are there. Sekhmet. Hathor is the number one. Hathor, she's here. The true love in that lifetime literally took a spear. You're so protected in this moment and brought it through the middle of your body. They loved you immensely, and they were under the false perception that you were that you were possessed. They were convinced, they said that this was the only way to free your soul, was to take a spear through your body, and it went right through right between the sacral and the solar plexus. And your true love said they would have never done this. So the aspect of them that is, they're on earth right now, but we're speaking with their higher self. They have come in to explain the situation. And they said they would have never, their whole family and your whole family told him this was going to be the only way. Like your mom was there in that lifetime saying this was the only way to rid the earth of the entity. And it was because I have to say that whatever was happening in the moment, I'm not the dictator of time for sure. And I can tell you what I'm seeing though, is that I'm not seeing the level of possession they think they are. I believe that you were channeling, much like we do now, much like our panel now, much like you have done throughout your life. But this guilt that he has from doing this to you is stopping him from coming in. It's stopping him. It's making him hesitant. I know you've connected with him, but he wants you to know there's more than one aspect. He's not just in one body. He's in 7 bodies, and you've met 3. And I believe I know who they are, but I'm not going to say them out loud right now. There are 4 more, he said, but I believe you've met 3. I know you've met 3. So and one of them you've been in a relationship with. This is a beautiful human that I've had the pleasure of getting to serve. So this is but clearly this piece has not come up. And so as you breathe, I should invite you to close your eyes. We want to go back to that moment. And with pure gold light, pure gold sparkling light, and the love of our hearts, a million angels, ascended master. So Buddha is coming in with Jesus Christ to hold space because they both love you so much. So Buddha is coming in to hold the knowledge ray. Jesus Christ is coming in to hold the love ray. As you breathe, they just want to release this. I'm going to have you take 3 big deep breaths. Let's go back to Egypt. Go back to that time. Your family is there. His family is there. And not only that, but there's a crowd there. Just like now. This is why we did this here and now. Gosh, angels, you're just ingenious. As you close your eyes, we're all going to take this fear out. We're all going to help. His higher self is here to undo this. In this dimension and all dimensions of the past, present, and future, because everything is happening all at once. We know this. It's all happening all at once. Let's remove this spear now. Let's take this out of her body. Let's take it out. By the power of 3 times 3, Archangel Michael and the blue flame angels are surrounding you to support. They're like going to be the spiritual surgeons. Once this is out, they're going to immediately come close to the body to assist. 3, 2, and I invite you to take a big deep breath in, and I would, on your exhale, 1. Thank you for pulling this out completely. Archangel Michael and the blue flame angels. Thank you for fully replenishing and dematerializing this wound. For all the things that are happening in the physiological and on this plane of existence in the 3rd dimension in 2024, let the violet flame come in for integration so this wound can close. And so her body in this time, in this dimension, can heal. In this space and time. And any pain that can dematerialize from the heart center, from this. So I would say the number one thing you're releasing is betrayal. Betrayal. Betrayal is leaving the heart. It's leaving the entire body. Betrayal. And in that lifetime, they brought up that specific lifetime in Egypt because it is Egypt, and we have a particular affinity to that space. And at the same time, they brought Egypt forward. They brought this forward because of the aspect of being harmed live in front of other people. And to know that this is your true love, they would have never done this. They believed that they were saving your life. They believed that you were going, they knew. I mean, one of the things I love about Egypt is they knew that death was transitional. It was not an end. It was simply, oh, we're packing our bags. It's like we're going somewhere else. We're going to move. It's a permanent move. We're leaving this beautiful body and we're transforming to the other realm. So everybody really made him feel good about it. They made him feel good about it. They're like, the stuff that she's believing and saying is it was going against what they wanted to do. It was going against what would make them more money. Not that money was the most focused thing, but there was this really big push because they really wanted to do, there's a huge push around monuments. So they wanted to accumulate more. And there's more to this story. There is some other interdimensional energy that was there at the time. But for all intents and purposes, with your beautiful body, mind, and soul, they brought this in now and here so that your body could truly release the betrayals of this lifetime. Because this was an ultimate betrayal. But for you in the here and now, and in this Vicky body in 2024, we're releasing the betrayals that you know. They're releasing the betrayals that you know from this experience. And there's a J name coming through, but it's Jamar, Jalal, it's his name. It's a name you had for him in that lifetime. But that's where I'll leave it. This healing will continue. I just want to say, we want to hand this piece back as you, yes, violet flame angels coming in. They're saying that the true love is going to be more and closer. So we ask for forgiveness to reach him in all his bodies through the violet flame. And he is a sovereign. So we only, with his, as his higher self allows, we ask that the violet flame come to relieve his body. So this forgiveness can come in so he can walk up to Vicky and really give her, really open his soul to her, because that's what he wants to do. He loves you. And in whatever emanation, this forgiveness can come to him and he can really say, and he can let it go and forgive himself. This is what we ask, that he forgives himself. He has pledged that he would not forgive himself for harming you. Because after you died, it was too real for him. He was like, no, I know all the things. I know everything that I've learned since I was a baby, but I still never wanted to do this to her. So as he forgives himself, he will be able to love you. And I'm so sorry. That is so hard. And I would say that as we forgive ourselves for any transgressions, that forgiveness comes easier on their end. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Franny. I love you.
I love you. We hand this over, her beautiful body, to her guides. Thank you, Archangel Michael and the Blue Flame Angels. They know how to do this. They know better than me. They're going to continue working with you and your own beautiful guides. You know what to do. You get to rest and integrate this piece back into your beautiful being.
Thank you.
Beautiful Wytchwhisper. I am ready.
Jen's next.
I've unmuted.
Hi.
Hello. How are you? I'm in Australia.
Hi.
Yeah.
Welcome. So nice to see you.
Lovely to be here. And can I just send some love to Vicky? She's I'm just feeling I should send her some love.
Oh, Vicky, I love her so much. She's a beautiful soul. Just like you. Let's honor. Oh, I love it when people like her when we shine, everyone feels allowed to shine, right?
Exactly. What I'd like to know, what's in the immediate future, maybe for me. I've been I don't have I feel that I'm in a good place, but I know that there's change coming, and I feel that it's maybe near, but I'm not quite sure what's happening. Yeah.
Good, good. So this is the main thing with what you asked, because normally what Mirasol would say to that is, what would you like to do? What would you like to do? And where have you been blocked in doing that? Because that is what we would like to assist you with before, rather than, because this is the time for many reasons, but your beautiful soul desire is what we want to assist you with and what you would desire to do next. If there is especially if there's an avenue that has been closed before, now that you are in a good place, you're feeling good, you're looking beautiful and glowing. Besides the beautiful glow there, you're just glowing from your eyes. So what are you ready to do now? And what questions do you have about it?
What I'm ready to do is I need to purchase property, because what my intention is to bring in people, first responders, and people that are exposed to stress all the time, and including animals and people that are being forced to separate from their animals. I'd like to give them some respite and offer some sort of energy support.
A retreat space?
Yes,
or
exactly.
One-on-one.
Yeah, no, a retreat space. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you so much. I'm back. So the retreat space you were talking about.
Yeah.
I am really excited about this. I'm really excited about this. So as far as a space, do you do one-on-one healings?
No, I don't. No, I've been through life. I'm 76, and I've been through my life, and I've done a lot of different healings with acupuncture and massage and animal healings, and I've got a lot of education in a lot of things, but I feel it's my time now to give to others, because there's so much stress and distress, and people don't know how to cope, and I'd like to give them some support.
Absolutely. And I absolutely, yeah, you're gonna have to get a birth certificate, because I don't believe you're 76. I'm just kidding. So with this, I feel the number one thing that your guides want to do is protect your beautiful body, mind and soul, and say that as you come into, they want protection for your body, protection, because you've made new boundaries. You've done a lot of healing. So as you think about this space, I think some of the most important things for you are just contemplating what you want to offer, because I think once you pick the space, people will come to you. You're right, people need this so much, and your energy and aura is welcoming. It's clear. One of the things that's clear, regardless of age, is I know you've been through a lot. You've been through a lot, and so your compassion level is off the charts, and that's what people need. so much when they're in a place of stress and hurt. And so I think it's just dreaming about this, dreaming about the space you want, knowing that as you do, you're a natural channel. So you're going to align with the resources, all of the money, the spot, everything that you need to make this happen, along with people who can assist you with making sure that people get the word out about you. Because I think that's where just this belief, you've got this cultivated, this powerful belief in self. And so now let's use it. Let's use that belief in self. Let's really exercise that and be like, okay, guys, I'm ready. I'm ready to be. I'm ready to hold the space. This is one of the biggest things as a teacher. When I've gone to classes, I have been with elders who still are not convinced that they are a teacher, and they rely on their teacher to hold the space. And that's not effective for not getting, I mean, it's just everybody in the class gets attachments. You feel tired afterwards instead of rejuvenated like you'd like to during a spiritual event. And so it's that belief in self that you can't replace. You can't buy that. You can't purchase it and learn it. I mean, it is learned, but it's not learned that way. And you have cultivated it. So continue, believe in yourself. That we just had a new moon eclipse. I want you to write down and even, vision board is always good. When you are in line with your channel, vision boards are gold, because when we're not in line and we're not healed, vision boards can seem like they're making fun of us. Yes, that's what I want. I don't have it yet, but you're not in that space. You're in a healed space. So vision board this, write down the intentions, type them out, including tech support so that you have advertising. Like, you're not going to be advertising right away, but just getting the word out, word of mouth, people getting to know who you are, what you're doing. I really love that you included animals. This is going to be a big draw, and something that replenishes you. Because animals, it's natural. And I feel like if you were interested in doing a specific healing modality, I would love to see you doing it with animals, just because it's an ever replenishing source for you, because you'd be channeling energy from the divine and they're natural channels, all of them.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So that's really what I was
Yeah.
feeling for you, is that you get to do what you want. But the more like our Goddess Diana, let's do that laser-like focus. Goddess Freya is coming in for you as well. Goddess Freya, the bold, and she's got her kitties right here. She's like, I'm here, and she loves animals. Archangel Ariel is with her too. Call upon them. If you can, if those divinities resonate with you, write them down, because they're around you now. And I can see your aura lighting up even more as that's so cool. Oh my goodness.
Exactly.
So they're powerfully there with you. They want to help you with it. Freya the Bold wants to help you push forward. So good job. The fact that you're in the space to do this, by the way, if I could clap for you right now, all the angels, all your guides are clapping. Your ancestor guides are clapping for you. You have done a lot. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. And I thank my guides for being here. I feel them, and I get messages, and I follow through, and it's amazing.
And they can't tell you how much they appreciate that. As somebody who remembers their own spirit guide lifetimes, it can be the most difficult thing for your person to hear you. So thank you for being a person who hears.
Thank you for your information, and thank you for your help, and I'm sending love to everybody here.
Oh, natural healer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm honored. I'm ready. Such an honor. Okay, Wytchwhisper, I'm ready for the next person.
Okay, I chose Melody.
Libby? Melody?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Just speak again.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah. I would like to ask what I could um I would like to ask if there is anything I can do to help with my husband. I believe he needs healing and he is not seeking for help, and I don't know what to do to help him.
I mean, good question. Good question. And I feel like I've heard this question 700 times this week, so you're not alone. I'm so sorry. I know that's hard. I know I'm exaggerating with the 700, but I'm many times since, especially the eclipse, I've heard this question. I just want to say my heart goes out to you. It's not easy being the witnesser.
Yeah.
So, in terms of what can you do to get him to help? So, are his symptoms more physical or emotional?
Uh,
Or both?
I guess more physical.
So, is he sick?
Yeah, with a cold or flu, chronic one.
Okay. And how have you been feeling?
Sorry.
And how have you been feeling?
Um, well, well, about the things that he mentions, I feel a little stressed, I guess, or like overwhelmed.
Because you know what my guides are going to say here. They're going to say that he has to choose this. He has to choose to get healing. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't help him. And that doesn't mean that you can't, because, and what's his birthday?
November.
Okay. Well, what date in November?
2nd.
Okay. Yeah. He is going to need to, he's not going to probably be told easily that he needs to go in and get help. And it's not your obligation and responsibility to be the one to tell him. I'm sure you've told him a bunch of times already. Correct? So, how long has he been sick is the other question my guides have. Okay, Melody, you're muted. So I'll just say this. He will have to come to this. And you being stressed, I think the number one thing is taking care of you. Okay. So a month. So taking care of self, sometimes people need to hit rock bottom. But what you can do is tonight, I want you to write a letter to his higher self. Write it on paper or type it or dictate it, it's fine. But I want you to be able to see the words just for your own consciousness. Write a letter to his higher self. Say, dear, and put his whole
Hello, this is your friendly neighborhood witch whisper. I'm not sure what's happening with Franny's connection. Hopefully we'll get her back soon.
I'm back.
Yay.
Yay. So to finish Melody's reading, writing a letter to his higher self is a great way for his guides and your guides to work together to connect with him and say, hey, it's time to go get help. And if not, ask your spirit guides, and I would connect with them, because really what's going to end up happening is your beautiful throat chakra is going to, you're going to have to get to do some more self-expression in this, because you get to speak up for self. You truly do. And that's, unless she has any other questions, I'm ready. But I love that writing to the higher self of the person you're in a fight with. It is a practice that I have, that it wasn't Constance Grod's, but there was a beautiful series of books that I found when I was up north at my husband's family's house, and books that were written in the 50s. And one of the amazing practices, and she had documented example after example, like a coach that was mean to all the kids, all the moms, even the kids. They wrote to his higher self and he quit. He didn't get better, but he quit. But it's possible for the person to just change or to open through that soul writing experience. I really love that practice. I use it myself to this day. And I'm ready for the next beautiful person.
Ready for the next beautiful person? Let's get Amanda up.
Hi, Amanda. I'm at my store. At the store here.
Amada. It's Amada, no Amanda.
Amanda.
Oh,
Oh,
Amada.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
apologize.
No problem. I was wondering if it was me. Thank you.
Hi, how can I help today?
Hi. Well, I wanted to ask you, I have some enemies that I have problems with that I would like to get rid of, because they have caused me a lot of damage. And I know it kind of started in the old Egypt, and I heard you talking to someone that about that time. And well, I would like to know, how can I get free from them? Because I mean, I had a problem. I legally sued them. We are about to finish with the settlement already. I already accepted their offer, and the attorneys are finishing with the, I don't know what is that they need to be done to finish with that, and they will collect the money anytime soon. But I still feel attacked psychically by them. They did a lot of witchcraft in this lifetime against me, and there is a lot of negativity from them. But I really, well, I would like to know what needs to be done, if I have to do something else, or how can I get free from them, like completely, and really move on with my life and let them in the past and let them go forever, like finish.
Yes, good question. Great question. So a number of different things can occur to help you have closure on this experience. You don't have to get a healing from me, but I would say that a good hour session would be helpful to clear and kind of closure on these patterns that were involved in this, because it was not Egypt that I saw when you spoke. It was a lifetime under what we call on the earth gypsies, and where, so there are better words for the beautiful nomadic experience. I had a past life in that emanation as well, and there were factions that really disagreed with how to use magic and energy, and who gypsies in general felt like outsiders a lot, because I mean, there's this thing about, like, it's so funny because my sister also, we co-own this business, so she is living on the road, her family is traveling, and that is such a fun experience for me. I love having home base. I need that. And the experience of being a gypsy, you kind of are settling down near somebody else's home space. So number one, you often are, either the people really love you or they're like, get these people out of here. Why are they here? And so this level of discrimination you still hold in your body to this day about that lifetime, besides the actual fight you had with the people. And it's interesting because it was family factions in that lifetime. around using negative magics against people who are attacking you. That was really the disagreement, is that you wanted to be able to use dark, or not you necessarily. I don't need to go into who was on whose side. It's just that there was an argument on whether to use dark magic, blood magic, to harm the people who were trying to harm you. And there was a group in this that were saying, let's not, because karma, I mean, they didn't use that word, but retribution. If we do that, we'll be fine now, but then we're going to get hurt later. And I don't want to deal with the retribution, no matter what that is. And some of them were like, I'm so angry. I lost my blah, 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 my son, my daughter, my whatever they lost in this, which was tough. And they're like, I want retribution. I don't care what the consequences are.
Well, I think I'm still paying for those retributions back then. Because I mean, this is like the third life I know I had with them, because then somebody else told me about the in a past life that I was in a war with the with the rifle that comes with the knife at the end. I forgot the name of that thing, that I killed someone with
Samurai? Okay.
like in the revolution here in America, maybe, that I killed a friend of them. It's not even family, so I killed a friend, and they are still having this anger against me. And I kind of really, I mean, I think it's been enough life for me to be under their attacks, right? Because they have been attacking me in many different ways, especially in this lifetime. And I really,
That's true. Okay. And Amada, I totally want to honor that that has been your experience in this lifetime. But remember, in past lives, it wasn't just them attacking. You both attacked each other. There's always a give and take. There's not just a one. So in this lifetime, they may be attacking you, but I'm just saying, with conflict, there's energy exchange. And there's not one side that you're not the victim and you're not the perpetrator. You're you. Does that make sense? So I know that what I would do, and in a session with me, is when you feel attacked this much, it's hard to stop feeling attacked. It's almost like, let's say you got fleas in your house or you're getting bitten by something. When they're gone, you're still going to feel bites. And it's going to take a couple of weeks till you're like, okay, the house is really clear. Do you see what I'm saying? That's how, and our brains are precious. Like, you've been attacked so much that it's going to take a month of stillness, not complete stillness, but a month of more peace. And how often do we have that much time to process? But your guide said, give yourself 30 days to get out of under this and get help during it. Get massages, go to the spa. You get to be done with this pattern. You get to be done with being attacked. It's just, this is the week of the solar eclipse. So decide that. God's not in charge of this. They're not in charge of this. Only you're in charge of this. So that's the good news. So you get to decide here and now, this is done. I'm done with this. And it's you. And similar to writing to someone's higher self, write to your own soul contract. This is what we teach in channeling class, is in writing your contract, ask your angels, always set the intention. And there's lots of things you can do to honor spirit. Set the stage, do an altar, so many different, more than I could teach in this time. But bottom line is writing down what your new experience is going to be on the planet. Because all this speak and all this knowing, like, I even want you to forget those lifetimes. Who cares? And it's done now. Like, it's great that you have knowledge and wisdom. So you get to move ahead with this knowledge and wisdom, but you also get to be done with this way of being in this experience, completely done. You deserve that. You deserve the best. You deserve the best. You're a beautiful, beautiful human, inside as well as outside. And you deserve to be done with this experience. So your body just needs some new language, number one, around this. New language so that it becomes more neutral and you're no longer attacked. You're part of this conflict. And you are powerful. So I just want you to take a couple, if you'll come with me, just close your eyes for a moment. I want to declare and demand. So I just want to make sure both feet are on the ground. And just want you to do some deep breaths with me. Close your eyes, hand on your heart, and the other hand on your belly, if you can do that. Breathe deep. On behalf of Amada, we command and demand, on behalf of her beautiful almighty I am presence, that this pattern be done in this dimension and all dimensions, in the past, present, and future, that Archangel Orion is coming into you now, that the telepathy be remediated around whatever psychic attack or negative thoughts. Often negative thoughts somebody has towards you feels like psychic attack. So it's really negative thoughts. It's really us just being humans, being really angry, being volatile, and emotions getting out of control. And our auras are computers. We're reading that, and you're taking it into your soul. Cancel, clear, delete, remove, release. In this time and all times, in the past, present, and future, I ask that in all ways this conflict be handed over to the divine supreme love, and that the karmic cleansing that has begun before this moment truly intensify now, so that Amada can feel free. In this dimension and all dimensions, in the past, present, and future. And I ask that this be handed over to Amada's divine team now. They are well versed in soul contracts and her soul contracts. So we're going to hand this over so they continue working on this. And Amada, I just definitely encourage you to do a full session with whoever you choose to continue this process, because for you to really feel it solidified, I think that would really, really help. And even, I would never say you have to do this many sessions and then it's going to be done. No, you could be done in one session or two. It's going to be how you feel. You might feel like, you know what, I need once a week for like 4 weeks and I'm done. Or I need 2 sessions or whatever it is. Check in with your heart. Don't just listen to what anybody else says. Check in with your heart. See how you feel. If you need extra help, and you may just, and that's really what I recommend. And I wish you the best. I feel like something very powerful came in to clear some of the contract that you brought up. So good work and thank you. And I'll share briefly. Did you want me to say this? I saw your message.
Thank you.
But thank you. I highly appreciate it. I'm very thankful. Thank you.
Yes, I'm grateful too. Thank you.
All right.
It looks like my time is up. Did you want me to say about the soul contracts or just leave that?
If you want to type about it in chat, that would be awesome.
I could.
That would be great. Thank you. Miriam is coming up next, everybody. So here you go, Miriam. Take the stage. Did I get her unmuted? Where'd she go? Oh, that's weird. Oh, well,
Would be okay.
she
While
might
you
have
figure that out.
She might have left. Do you want to continue with people?
Yes. Could I quickly go over the writing of the soul contracts? I realize I can't easily type all of that.
Oh, yeah.
While
Go
I'm
ahead.
still on, because then it won't let me microphone. Sorry about that. So,
Okay.
So this is how we would do it, is that this is for anyone you're having a conflict with or having a hard time with, or you want to communicate on a deeper level, and especially with partners, when you have something big to bring up. You can do this any way. You can make it very, very sacred, or just do it easy. Depends on how you feel. You can take a regular piece of paper or take a beautiful, like whatever, a blessing paper, which there are many different forms of. And you just begin by writing down their first name, dear. And I always like to say dear because we are all very dear, beautiful hearts. And then write their name, and then to their higher self, their eternal self even. I love eternal self even better, actually. And to your eternal self, I'm here to have a meeting of the soul. And then write your soul's desire. Write what you're needing to say to this person. Everything that you want to say to them. And even if it sounds harsh, it's okay to get that out. Because from the soul level, they're eternal, and they can diffuse that. If you're using harsh words like, you're hurting me right now, like, it's okay. That higher self, I know that in their hearts, especially when it's someone you love, they wouldn't want to be hurting you. So this soul communication can really allow their guides to echo your words. So just writing their name, their eternal self, and then write your desires, and then fold it up after you're done. Put it to your heart and say, angels and guides. You do any blessing that you care. This is what I like to do. Angels and guides, thank you so much. I hand this over to you to communicate from my heart. And then I put it somewhere special. Put it in a box. You can put it underneath your mattress, whatever you. Well, I say the mattress because it's connecting to our chakras, the words. Or you can bury it outside in a special box. Like this is your wishes, however you like to prepare your sacred. And you could put it in a book you really love.
Franny, this is Wytchwhisper. I just wanted to say, if there's anyone else you want to talk to, feel free to go ahead. Miriam has lost her internet, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm just like, take as long as you like, and
Okay,
after you're
great.
done, I'll do some readings or something. And
sure.
Okay.
Who
is next? What do we have? We have Manon.
Oh, good. Manon had a question. Yes. About Lyra. Yes, I would love that.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call. So many things to ask, but what I wanted to know is that, I mean, if you want to do a reading, that would be one thing. The other one is that I have felt powerless most of my life, and I have a lot of fears, and that created physical conditions. But I'm also very spiritual, and I would love to talk to my guides, angels, but I don't see them. I mean, sometimes I feel they're there. So how do I get rid of all the baggage that I've been carrying?
Oh, that's a great question. And I think you're in the right place to connect to what that is. And number one, we're so sorry that that's how you've been feeling. You deserve to feel your guides. They're right here with you. And believe me, I'll just tell you really briefly, as one of the experiences that I had as a spirit guide, I literally tried to scream loud. Like and I knew I was a spirit, like right by them. And I didn't really have a mouth that way or a voice that way. But it was like, I was spitting colors. It was, they really want to get to you. So you're right. You're on the right track. And you don't have to jump through a bunch of hoops.
All right. So Miriam has miraculously come back from her internet problems.
So, Manon, if you want to continue, feel free to connect with me. My information is on the panel, and I will relinquish to Miriam as it's her beautiful time.
Yeah,
Thank
I'll
you so
post
much.
it. I'll post it, Manon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Miriam, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, I just, you know what? As soon as I was due to come on, the internet just went down. So that's very strange. I don't know what's going on there. And Mercury's not even in retrograde. So you gotta love that. Okay. So so here's what I do. I'm a tarot reader. I'm also an astrologer, but I'm not going to do astrology readings tonight. That is going to be more personal one-on-one if you choose to do that. So I can do, a one card pull as well as some intuitive advice. So if anyone has any questions that is regarding relationships, love, career, business, as well as just even past lives or spiritual path, decision making, etc. I can help with that, but I will not do anything to do with health, pregnancies, or any kind of legalities. So I'd love to help anybody who has any burning questions. Okay.
Hi.
Okay.
I have
Manon?
questions, yes, questions about my past lives or soul contracts.
Sure, I'll see what I can do to help you with that.
Okay.
So what is it that you'd like to know exactly?
Um, what were my lessons from past lives? Am I repeating them? And how do I clear the lessons from past lives?
So I'm just wondering, what is it that what kind of theme is recurring in your life? And I can help intuitively connect to that.
I was just saying earlier, powerlessness,
Mm-hmm.
you know, not feeling energy, really wanted to connect to spirit and feel that, limited, locked out,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
maybe some undeserving there, unworthiness there.
Okay, so I'm sort of connecting to something here. So let me see what I can. So I just have a question. Do you struggle with decision making? Because I got the Two of Swords coming up. That's the first card. Do you struggle to make decisions? You feel like you're just like not the type that just is so indecisive and you rely on other people to make decisions for you?
Yeah, I don't trust myself. That's the big
Yeah.
one.
Okay. So this is what I'm picking up, okay? Now I'm seeing an image of you in I don't know if it was England or Scotland. I just feel like it was in that area where I feel like there was a lifetime, and I feel like this wasn't your last life, but I feel like this is a life where it's still plaguing you, where I think you may have abused your power in that life, and now you're yeah, and now I can't tell exactly who you were, what you were, but I'm just getting abused power. And I feel like there were other lifetimes where you were struggling because you were put, it's karmic debt for sure, but you were put in a situation in some subsequent lives, and I don't feel like you lived that long in those lives too, which is why I don't feel like you were able to balance that. So I feel like this is something that's left over for you to balance. So you gotta find a way to reclaim your power. And my recommendation is to go, hire a intuitive coach that you can trust. And you know what? You've got to also trust your intuition, learn to use your intuition, and trust yourself. And I feel like this is where this past life issue is stemming from, because yeah, there was a time when you did abuse power, so you were put in situations in subsequent lives where you were just basically in this helpless
Powerless.
situation, like trapped,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
In fact, I feel like there was a lifetime during, like after that you may have been disabled. I don't know if that's resonates with you, but I'm kind of getting that sense you may have been disabled in one of those lives, right? So you definitely would have been in a helpless situation in that case.
But even
But
in this life, I feel like I have a lot of limitations and,
yeah,
and my shoulders, arms hurt. And, I basically, my life got turned upside down. I was so very active now, very limited.
yeah, and the reason it's coming to you now is because I feel like this is a lifetime where you want to do what you can to balance that as much as you can. And we all have free will, so there's no way to tell whether you're going to be able to balance all of it. But it's coming up for you, and you have access to these resources, which means that you will be able to access whatever you can to help you overcome what it is that's plaguing you, right? So that's what I'm thinking. And as far as soul contracts go, was there did you have a very toxic ex that just kept coming to your life, like um in this lifetime I'm talking about?
I've had a few toxic relationships, and this current relationship I'm in, we've healed a lot of things in that relationship. So
Yeah, I'm just feeling like there's one in particular that I'm sort of sensing though. I mean, yeah, you may have had several, but I feel like there's one in particular. It's a karmic mate, which means that they're going to reveal all the things that you need to focus on. And they just get under, like, they purposely get under your skin for this, right? So you find a way to empower yourself. Does this guy have brown hair? I'm just feeling like a guy with brown hair was sort of slick, a little bit like slick hair. Was that
Dark
one
hair,
of?
yes, that's my current husband.
Oh, okay. Because I feel like that one's coming to me. So that's a karmic mate. So sometimes they lost, sometimes they don't. They're just there to reveal the parts of yourself that you're struggling with, right? If that makes sense.
Yes, it definitely does. Yes. But like I said, we've come a long way.
Mm-hmm. Good.
I've helped him, he's helped me a lot. So yeah.
That's good. That's good. I mean, karmic mates can work in so many ways. Many times they don't end up staying together, but sometimes, you know what, if you can find a way to balance each other, no matter how painful it is, then you never know. That's a good thing, right? So you got to remember we all have these lessons. It's all free will. And I also want to stress something else. There's a lot of these so-called, I'm going to say so-called mediums that try to gaslight you into believing that all the trauma that was from abuse or bullying that you have endured, they're going to gaslight you into believing that you planned that before. I'm going to tell you right now that absolutely does not happen. Okay.
Wow.
So I will tell you what happens instead. Yes, you do have soul contracts with those individuals who may have abused you or bullied you, etc. You do have soul contracts, but here's the thing. We all have free will, and the fact is they intuitively know there's a karma there that you and them made an agreement to resolve. But if they're not so evolved and they're power hungry, they're going to misuse that free will onto you, right? And that's what happened. So I'm not a sports person. I don't like sports, but I always use this analogy. If you take say a football, like two teams are about to play a football game, right? You got team A and team B. So what is the objective there? To win the game. So what happens is that you got team A and team B they have this quote unquote contract to work with one another, and you don't know what that's going to look like. So, you've got the members on team A that are like the soulmates or supports, because you got that too. And then team B is like those that you have karma with, right? So you don't know what that's going to look like. You could have someone on team B that's going to injure you. You've got, so you don't know how that's going to play out, right? So, but you just know that you have this objective to win. And that's basically what this is about too. To balance the karma is winning, right? So that's what happens. They misuse their free will onto you, so you get caught in the crossfire. Now, you do realize that before you come in, there's a risk of these things happening, but you don't plan it. So I just don't want you or anybody to fall for whatever, because you're going to see all this crap on TikTok.
Yeah, well, they've been told that, oh, you must have done something wrong. That's your karma, blah, blah, blah.
No, don't fall for that, because there's so many people that like have so much trauma, like CPTSD and mental illness because of whatever abuse they suffer from in their younger years. And the last thing they need is to be told, well, you're not really a victim. Yeah, you are. I mean, you're a survivor or whatever, but yeah, your trauma is valid and you didn't plan that. Please, whatever, you didn't plan that. So,
okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
my pleasure. So good luck with everything. Very good luck with everything. Yeah, my pleasure. So, okay, anyone else? I'll get Melody. Okay. Anyone speak up that would like to? Hi.
I supposedly unmuted Melody, or I sent
Oh,
her
okay.
thing.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, okay. Okay, so your Melody?
Asked to unmute.
Yeah.
Maybe she's not at the computer.
Okay. Okay.
That's weird. Okay, how about Casey?
Okay.
Hello.
Casey's on.
Hi, Casey.
Hi.
How are
Thank
you?
Oh, I'm hanging in.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that so well.
I have so much going on, and in every area of my life. So, I guess whatever guidance, what's coming up for me, will I ever be able to heal and move on? I can't believe that I actually picked this as my sole plan. I keep feeling like I must have screwed up along the
I
way.
think we all feel that way. Trust me, we do. So okay. So is there anything specifically you'd like me, like, do you have anything burning that you'd like me to look into? Because you know what, the thing is, so many of us have so many challenges that, you know, is there anything burning, or do you just want me to give you some general advice?
Well, I hate to say it was burning is I have a bunch of health issues and some seem to be exacerbating and I don't know what's going on. I've been on a healing journey physically for so long and I feel like I've just gone in circles and now it's like getting worse, degenerating
Yeah.
in other ways I wasn't aware of. And I don't know what's that about. Is it karmic or will it end? And I also have a lot of apartment issues and an upcoming inspection, and I don't know what's going to be the
Yeah,
outcome.
the health, I gotta tell you, the health I can't really look into because I'm not a doctor, right? So,
Right.
but yeah,
So
but
just if you're getting anything about what it means, or will
yeah,
there
I
be
mean,
a resolution, or do I just have to roll over and accept I'm falling apart?
okay, let's take a look and see what some underlying issue is. So I'm getting the Four of Cups, which means you're just very bored. You're very dissatisfied with everything. I'm getting that there's just a lot of stagnant energy that's happening within you, and that's going to just make things exaggerate everything that you're dealing with, whether it's health or other issues that are, that seem like they're out of your control. Now, listen, I'm definitely not at all putting any kind of blame on you. I'm just saying this is what's going on. So I just feel like that there's a lot of stagnant energy, and when the stagnant energy is just stuck there, it's going to worsen everything else in your life, right? So it's not really like I said, I can't really look into the health issues because that you're going to have to work with your doctor. But is there something that you really, really wanted to do a long time ago, but you just gave it up because you
Yes.
were yeah, because you felt like you maybe were afraid to let somebody down if you went with your path, like the path that you wanted to go on?
Well, I was, and I was pursuing acting,
Oh,
and
oh,
then I was involved with taking care of my grandmother,
mm,
and she needed me more and more, so I had to put the acting on hold. And I had promised her and my mother that I would do this and never put my grandmother in a nursing home.
oh
And,
boy, okay.
and she
That's
gave me
probably,
such a hard time, and it nearly killed me. And anyway, then she passed away, and I just went completely flat. I said, well, it's too late now. I'm too old, and I look even worse than I did, and had no way to make money and support myself with it. And I just completely went into a very, very deep depression
yeah.
and gave up on, anyway. So I've been trying to pull myself out of that. It's been a while, but haven't, and that's everything else that's been happening.
Yeah, yeah, I get it. I'm sorry that happened. Caregiving is a really, really tough job, and I'm going to be frank here. It's thankless because you are sacrificing so much of yourself. I mean, some
Yes.
do say that it's rewarding, but when you're putting your life on hold like that to take care of somebody else where you're getting nothing back, that'll do it. That'll do. That's probably when it all stemmed, right? It's probably when it all stemmed. So yeah, that's probably what started
everything within you breaking down, like putting all that on hold, and just, unfortunately, there's so many that are in the same situation. So, okay. So is there anything that you enjoy doing that you can focus on? Because I think if you're able to do something, even if it's just really small, like any kind of hobby, because I feel like if you were able to engage in that, you would start to, I don't want to say get better, because that's not something I can say, but you'll feel like you're not so stagnant, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I've been searching for, what is it I'm supposed to do? I took it that the acting wasn't for me. Maybe that was wrong, but and I've been like, well, what are my gifts? Why am I here? And
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. I don't want to just do frivolous stuff.
No, I understand.
I
I
mean, I
understand.
spend a lot of time, online, and I watch, lots of videos and do meditations and activations and light language and follow a
I'm
lot of different people and different healings. I'm kind of very into that, but I'm still, nothing has popped up for me. So I don't really know where I belong.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, if you're feeling, if everything was just put on hold because of this, it may have been your path. And unfortunately, because you didn't take it, this is what's happened, right? I mean, I can't verify that for sure, but if you were so passionate about it, then chances are it was, unfortunately. But I mean, that, unfortunately, that's something that it's unlikely you're going to be able to do now because of, it's just, yeah. But I'm kind of thinking about, maybe I'm not talking about just engaging in videos and all that. I'm talking about maybe picking up a hobby, like maybe taking an online course or something. What do you think about cooking?
But I do it because I have to for health.
Yeah, but I'm feeling like for some reason to look into that a little more, because you may end up finding something you enjoy doing, right? Like not the same that you're doing it right now, but I'm just getting the sense that cooking may bring some joy into you. Um, I'm talking about just making, like learning to make certain fun things. I don't know. That's just sort of what I'm sensing. So there's a lot of courses on Udemy,
Yeah,
where you,
not
so
interested. When I want to be creative with food, I do it myself, but I would never, and half the time I don't bother with a recipe, except maybe for a guide. So, no, that would not be my thing. Thank you.
okay. Okay. All right. Well, that could also be symbolic for something else to create, right? So that's just sort of where I'm going here, right? So it's just something to consider. Just think about something that you can create. I mean, cooking can be symbolic as well. So it means to create something. Um, whether it's arts or crafts, etc. I'm just sort of thinking that it is worth looking into something just to meditate on and see what you may enjoy doing. Now, it may not be your ideal passion, but it's something to just brighten things up and to move that stagnant energy within, right?
Are
So
you doing
that's,
anything about a direction that where my soul wants me to be or do?
yeah. Well, that's kind of where I feel like you should go now. Like just look into something that will help move that stagnant energy around. That's why you'll want to look into something that may make you happy, right? And I feel like there is creative energy that you have that's dormant, and that's what I'm talking about. If you find the very thing that'll get this going and moving things within, then I think you'll feel better.
Well, I inherited a keyboard from my late partner.
Mm-hmm.
He's quite a musician, and he really
Oh,
was.
okay.
And I was going to do a course on Udemy, speaking of, to refresh myself, because I took it when I was very young.
Mm-hmm.
But I never really progressed with it. I think because deep down I question if I would really be good. And I can't really do something as a hobby, I realize. I have to be good at it. And
Yeah,
if
I understand.
don't feel I'm gonna be good at it and accomplish something with it, it's like, I'm not gonna bother.
Yeah,
So,
I understand. I understand. And you know what? I'm just focusing on something that's going to move this stagnant energy. And I think you got to really enjoy it. So if if this is something you feel like you're going to be good at, then give it a go. And if it works for you, then just keep doing it, right?
I think I was afraid that I wouldn't be good enough at it.
Well, I'm not telling you that you would be really
Yeah.
good at the music, but I'm just saying you got to find
Yeah.
something that you feel will give you purpose. And, like, I think you just got to not worry about whether you're really good at something. I think you have to focus on something that you're going to enjoy, right? And I think once you find
Yeah.
that, you'll find that that stagnant energy within and your chakras will clear more. You'll find that happens. So it's a matter of, looking through Udemy or looking online to see, okay, what are the things that I really want to do? And if you feel you are interested in trying a couple things, and I say give it a try and you'll find whatever it is that aligns best with you.
Okay.
So that's my recommendation. That's my intuitive advice for you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Keep that in mind.
Any other questions?
Well, do you see that my taking care of my grandmother and all that was part of my soul plan or contract or karma?
Let me see if I'm going to pull a card and see what I get from that. Yeah. Oh, I'm getting judgment. So yeah, it definitely was part of your plan to awaken something within you to realize. Now, it was something to make you realize that it wasn't something you were supposed to totally give your life up. I think it was something to make you realize that your needs were just as important as caring for your grandmother. It was more of a case where you needed to balance. So you could have actually done what you felt you were compelled to do, which was acting, while also making time to help out. So I do believe in that case, yes. Right. So unfortunately, you sacrificed everything, and this is what ended up happening. So I feel like that there were a lot of, I'm going to ask you a question and you can be honest. Were you feeling very resentful when you were in that position?
Not at first, but I think maybe a bit after a while.
Yeah, because your needs were not you were stifled. That's why you were stifled. And no, at first you wouldn't be sure, but eventually, while you were giving everything up, you were putting everything on hold, you were stifled. And yeah, I do feel like this was part of the plan, but not for you to sacrifice yourself. The lesson was for you to find a way to balance your needs as well as, doing what you needed to do, which I know is easier said than done, but I do feel like that was the lesson for you.
Okay, guess I didn't get that one.
Yeah. Well, what can I say? Unfortunately, I've had many opportunities to grow as well where I didn't. So you're not alone. This is why we have different incarnations, right?
So that means I will have to go through this same lesson again the next time?
Possibly. I mean, that's up to your soul, right? That's up to what your soul wants to learn. There's, you got free will there. But but right now you can't change what happened. So what you need to do is focus on something that really will give you joy so you can just alleviate a lot of that or just move that stagnant energy within and you'll feel better and things will start to improve overall. So that's what I've got for you.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure.
I appreciate your efforts and your time and your guidance. Yes. Thank you.
My pleasure. Hey, anybody else? So, Jane? Okay. Sherry?
Sherry. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Sherry. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
Thanks for
Good.
letting me have a turn here.
Yeah.
My question is again regarding career. I'm
Mm-hmm.
about to have a career, a new job offer that I just accepted. So I want to
Okay.
see if you pick up anything on the cards.
Sure. We'll see what I get for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I got justice. So this is a case where this was a tough decision you had to make, right? Like this was something that you weren't,
Yes.
yeah. So you made the, I feel like you made the right choice because you're feeling like you feel like I feel like there's relief from you that you took
Mm-hmm.
this. Yeah. So
Yes.
you made the right choice. So this is just a reminder that cause and effect is is a thing for this, right? So if you had stayed at your old job and missed out on this opportunity, you would have ended up regretting it. So let me take a look. Let me look further and
Mm-hmm.
see what you need to expect. What kind of job is it, by the way?
It's working in the sales department, and
Okay.
actually I got an executive level title.
Oh,
I used to be a director, but now they're promoting me to a VP at this other
yeah.
company. Yeah.
Mhm. So I got the Knight of Cups here. So that means that you are going to be required to use a lot of creativity in this particular position. And I think this is going to make you quite happy. So as far as now, I know sales and marketing are not necessarily the same thing, but are you going to be doing some marketing as well? Are you going to be doing and being in charge of some of that as well?
Um, to a certain degree, but it won't be my
Yep.
direct charge under me. But
Yeah, no,
yes, I'll be a
I get.
part of it. Mhm.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but the reason I feel like that's important is because I feel like that because this is the Knight of Cups is very creative, right? Very creative. I mean, he's the emotional knight who's romantic, but this is not what this is about. This is about you using your creativity and he's all about taking action. The knight is the quickest moving card in the deck. So I feel like that you are going to be assigned work to be creative in your role. So I feel like this
Mhm.
is where you'll have some kind of impact on any kind of marketing. Even though you're not going to be doing marketing yourself, whatever your ideas are going to be are going to contribute to that. And you may be under pressure to do it quickly because the knight is a quick card, especially with the cups is pretty quick too. So I feel like you're going to be required to use a lot of creativity and you may have to meet some strict deadlines. So just sort of what I'm sensing.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but I think you'll be able to do it. It's just don't be surprised if there are times when, because I'm just getting a sense that you're going to be, I mean, the holidays are coming up, so you probably are going to feel like you're under pressure a lot and everything before the holidays, right? So you may find yourself a little bit overwhelmed at times. So the best thing to do is on those days where you're being asked to do this or that or whatever, you've really got to recharge. You got to find your time to recharge. Very, very important. And I'm sort of envisioning like spiritual baths, taking spiritual baths to help you restore yourself. So that's just sort of what I'm sensing.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Because I do feel like that you're going to be dealing with some crunch times coming up. So
Yeah, it is going to be pretty fast paced. We need to get a
yep.
lot accomplished in a short amount of time. So, yeah,
Yeah, yeah. That's
that
why
is that is absolutely true.
yeah, that's why the night came up too, because
Yep.
that's mhm.
Yeah,
Except
we don't have like years to turn the company into something. We don't have
no.
years, year maybe, but yeah,
Mhm.
a lot of things have to happen within 6 months.
So your creative side will be what's going to help. And that's basically what I'm sensing from that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks so
Yeah,
much,
my
Miriam.
pleasure. My
Okay.
pleasure. Any other questions?
As far as my soul path and my journey, again, this is like my corporate side of my life, but the other
Mhm.
part of my life has been I'm diving more into obviously spirituality and I'm taking animal communication. I'm in like an animal communication circle,
Oh, nice.
and where we practice animal communication, and I'm also taking a holistic pet coaching course.
Mhm.
So that's my other love is like animals. I also volunteer at a shelter for cats, and I have a dog, and I'm just really into animals. That's the other
Mhm.
side of my life, the spirituality, the animals, and I want to like turn that into a business eventually down the
Sure.
line when I
Okay.
retire and
Mhm. Yeah.
get out of the corporate world and try to do something more heart driven. But I need the
Yeah.
financial backing to be able to do that. So this job will definitely help.
Yeah. I
For
can
now.
look into that
Okay.
if you want to see. I mean,
Sure.
we got free will, so things can change. So I'm not going to say
Mhm.
anything's written in stone, but I'll see what that's going to look like potentially right at this time anyway. So let's see what I got. Oh, I got the Fool. Okay, so this is going to be, even though you're studying this and practicing this and everything,
Mhm.
this line of work is going to be, you're going to be heading to uncharted territory, right? Even though you know what it's like to have a business, you know what it's like to, be in that world, just this line of work is going to be uncharted. When you're ready to do it, you're like, oh, okay. Because you're going to feel like, well, okay, there's so much help I'm going to need in order to um make the most of it or the best of it, right? So that's what I sense is going to happen. It's just going to be a lot of new stuff. You're going to feel like you're just starting on a new path, even though you have the experience and everything. It's just going to be a little bit overwhelming, but you're going to be excited to do it. So it's sort of like I'll give it an analogy here. Say if you are making a plan to travel to a country that you've never been to, and you're really excited about it. But once you get to that country, even though you've prepared for it, once you're there, you're going to be like, oh, okay, I don't know what to do here. I don't know where to go kind of thing, right? But
Mhm.
the thing is, the Fool is confident, very adventurous, so it'll be sort of the same thing. So you're going to find yourself in uncharted territory, unfamiliar territory, but you're going to just roll with the punches and, get the guidance you need. But at the same time, you're going to be like, okay, this is brand new for me. So, yeah.
Okay, so don't quit my day job.
No, don't do that. No, I don't feel like that's a good idea.
No, I'm not going to do that at
No.
all, but I'm just thinking down the road, like for a part-time thing, just something on the side
Right,
when I'm
right.
retired.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
that's
Oh,
also good to know.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
thanks so much,
My
Miriam.
pleasure.
Appreciate
Okay.
it. Okay.
So,
Mhm.
okay, Melody. I'm noticing on the chat there.
She
Would you
can't
like
go on voice,
she can't.
but
Okay.
you can answer her question.
Oh, okay, no problem. So what is the purpose of my relationship? And if possible, I would like to ask too, what is the easiest exercise that I can easily do to my inner guidance? Okay. Well, I don't have that much information about the relationship you're in. I don't know whether it's tumultuous or if it's, I'm sensing there's unhappiness there. So I'll see what I can get based on that. And then I'll get to your second question. Okay. All right. So this is interesting. I got Three of Cups, which is actually um an expansive card, and it also has a lot to do with friendships, that card. So I am wondering if you I'm wondering if you are in a relationship that is meant to be more like a friendship. That's kind of what I'm wondering. So if you're able to write that, if you're able to write that in the chat, that would be great, because I'd like to know if I'm in the right direction here. So yeah, so you're married, but perhaps seems more like that way. Okay. So you feel like he's more of a friend. Okay. That's kind of what I'm sensing as well. Um, I'll just say that I understand what it's like to be, in a roommate type of marriage. I get that. So, and I guess that's where your frustration is there. I do feel like, because he feels like more of a friend than a partner, it may have run its course potentially. But you know what the thing is that you're probably dealing with a situation where you can't really do anything about it, because like not at this time, because of finances, and the economy makes it a lot harder for couples to go their separate ways. And that's kind of where what I'm sensing there. So let me know if I'm right about that. Yeah, okay. That's sort of what I was sensing. And you're frustrated because you'd like to do something, you'd like to get out. And I mean, I do sense it is likely that things have run its course. That does happen a lot. And that's kind of where I'm going. So, unfortunately, because of the economic climate, you are not alone. And I know there are so many couples that are in this situation, and I understand. So, let me see what you can do. I mean, in order to make the best of your situation, because it's an unfortunate reality that it's easier to stay put than to leave in this situation, especially if you're not doing well financially. So I do feel like, okay, yeah, oh, okay. I'll just say I totally get that. I totally get that. And yeah, he is absolutely responsible for that. Um, I'm just wondering, have you had like heart-to-heart conversations with him about that? Because he is absolutely responsible for his healing too. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. And yeah, I understand that is a real strong area. But I mean, aside from that, the fact that the friendship card came up shows that more often than not, being around him it's pleasant, but there's just no real love there. It's just like roommates. Am I correct? Like just total roommates. Like, you can have a pleasant conversation with him, but there's just nothing else. Yeah, harder to connect when he seems to be going the other way. Yeah, I totally understand. So the best thing for you to do is to focus on what's going to make you happy, because the truth is, and I used to absolutely hate this saying, especially because I mean, I struggle with depression and everything. Um, I don't want to make this sound like it's a toxic positive platitude, but the thing is, we are responsible for whatever makes us happy. So I feel like this is maybe the lesson for you right now, is to focus on the things that make you happy. And you just have to, allow things to be the way they are within the marriage until there's something that you may be able to do in order to do something more drastic when the financial situation may allow you eventually to do it. So, and I do think that you're going to have to lay the law down with him, say, look, eventually you're going to have to say, look, I want to connect with you, but the fact that you refuse to heal and you're making excuses as to why you're not healing is going to be a problem for me, right? So, but right now, in the meantime, you got to focus on what makes you happy. So I feel like right now the Four of Pentacles is showing that energetically, you're just energetically tired and you're just trying to save whatever energy you have for yourself. Do you feel like you are giving too much of yourself to him and you're just resenting the fact that you're doing this for what? Because I'm kind of sensing that you got to conserve your energy so you can find things that you enjoy. And I know that one of the things you'd like to do is to connect with your spirit guides. But I do sense that there's other ways that you can find things to create a fuller life despite this situation with your marriage. Ah, okay. Well, you know what? If you just had a child last year, that also will make you feeling like you're spent. It's no wonder because little kids are really difficult to take care of. And this is very common in marriages too, is when you have little kids or kids with special needs, etc., your your energy is just drained. So you're not going to want to have time. You're not going to be able to have time for your spouse. And the fact that this is an issue that's coming up. And you know what? When you are dealing with, little kids or whatever, and you're probably the one who's doing most of the work because that sadly is very common. You're seeing whatever incompatibilities you have with your husband more, right? So you're going to feel resentful and you're going to feel like, I want nothing to do with him kind of thing. So I feel like maybe this is where it's going. So as your child gets older, you might be able to, I mean, unless you have other kids, I don't know, but you might be able to find a way to make the marriage work eventually, but he's got to do his part. But if not, then eventually you will end up going your separate ways if he doesn't. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Absolutely. That will do it because I definitely can relate to that. Yeah. And I know you had another question. So you want to know how to connect with your, okay, inner guidance. Okay. So let's take a look. I can look into that because when you're exhausted dealing with childcare and you're frustrated in your marriage, etc., that's gonna, make your energy spent. So it's no wonder the Four of Pentacles came up. You've got to definitely conserve whatever energy you have so you can use it for yourself. So let's take a look. How the Hermit came up for this as far as how you can delve into your inner guidance, right? Yeah, you definitely got to take time for yourself. I mean, that is the best advice that any new mom or mom with young kids really could use. And this is basically confirming that, the Hermit. So it's really important that you take time for yourself to do whatever you want to do, right? Whether it's um, writing something or reading something or listening to music, whatever. So, or connecting with like-minded people. I don't know if you're if you're in Facebook groups, etc. That that you can connect with like-minded people to help you develop your to connect with your inner guidance. And I feel like when you have that alone time, you're going to have an easier time doing that in general. So it's not really a lot of work. It's just you need to have that alone time. So I'm also sensing that you're not getting enough alone time because you got to be there for the child and your husband, etc. And I feel like that is so important for you. Yeah, I understand that. I feel like if you can even take 10 minutes alone, then that will help you. I do sense that. You're not going to be, I understand you're not going to be able to get an hour even, but if you just can take 10 minutes, like 10 minutes, like just at night for you, I feel like that's going to make a big difference. And you talk to others that can relate to you, and I feel like you're going to get to know yourself more. So it's really important. Just do it in bite size until you're able to do more, but just focus on what you can do right now, right? That's kind of what I'm sensing.
Did you want to do Jane next?
Yeah,
Or?
yeah, sure. Absolutely. Okay, we
Okay.
are yeah, sure. I can do Jane, sure.
You can go a bit over because I'm next.
Okay.
So
Okay,
Hi.
okay, that yeah. Hi, Jane. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you so
Good,
much.
thank you. Good, thank you.
Thanks everyone for just the good vibes tonight. I appreciate it. I already feel better.
Good.
Yeah, I was wondering kind of like how to heal from past trauma and like related situations, and kind of wondering about like it's kind of feels all related to like my love life or lack thereof, and how to improve finances. It's kind of like it might be too much in one, but
Well,
whatever.
I just want to stress that I'm not like a counselor, I'm not a therapist or anything, and I'm not like I'm not really a healer per se. But if you'd like me to look into maybe a past life issue that's causing a lot of this stuff, I can certainly see what's going on there.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks.
So you just feel like I just want to connect here. You feel like that you haven't been able to you feel like whatever trauma or whatever issue is getting into the way of whatever you want to do, whether it's to have a good relationship and good job, etc. You feel like that's getting into the way, right?
I have a good job. It's more just the finance part. And
Yeah.
yeah, like the trauma and love life and finances were kind of tied together and stuck.
Yeah, yeah, okay. All right. I mean, usually when all that happens, there is past life issues that needs to be cleared, and I feel like that I feel like that's what's going on.
Okay.
So let me just focus on this more. This is really strange. I got the same card that I got for somebody else here, the Four of Cups, which means there's a lot of stagnant, unhappy energy. And okay, this is interesting. So I'm envisioning, and I do feel like this is stemming from some past life stuff. So I'm envisioning, I'm kind of sensing it might be France, Belgium, something around there. I felt like you were extremely wealthy in that life, like very, very, very wealthy. And I felt like you may have taken things for granted. And I feel like that's where it stemmed from, because I also feel there was a subsequent life where you were pretty much the opposite, quite poor, and you were there to fend for yourself. So I feel like based on the fact that you didn't know how to handle your power, like stemming from that life, as well as not being able to defend yourself. I feel like that those two issues are playing a role that's affecting you today, right? So that's going to play out in a lot of areas such as relationships and finances, etc. So you say you have a good job, but you're not really happy with what you're making, or you have a lot. Do you have a lot of bills? Like, do you have a lot of expenses?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what, yeah. So it's like you got a good job, at the same time, you feel like you're dealing with one bill after another, after another, after another. Like there's a lot of debt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that is an issue where that's stemming from those two lifetimes. Because you were very, very wealthy in that life and you're very, very poor in the other life, right? So I feel like there's a lot of unresolved issues from both of those lives that are plaguing you now. So, okay, so what can you do to scale back? Now, I'm also sensing that some of these expenses are out of your control. Like there's a lot of is there something you absolutely need that's expensive, but you don't really have a choice but to spend money on it?
I feel like I'm not spending well because I'm probably reacting to trauma, sort of.
Okay. Okay. Because the
Yeah.
way I was feeling it, you have like something you've got to pay for, but you can't, that you have to do it in order to like, maybe some sort of therapy. It's like, I feel like it's something that you have to pay for that you need, but it's expensive. And that was the energy that I was picking up from.
Okay.
Yeah. So if that's not what's going on, then maybe it is because maybe what I'm picking up is you feel you need these things, even though you don't. So,
Yeah.
okay. So yeah, I feel like in a case like this, it would be a good idea to talk to like maybe I don't know I mean, see, like finances as far as that goes is not really like as far as looking into that part specifically, because I can't really give you advice on what to do. I'm not a financial advisor, but I do feel like maybe you should talk to one.
Okay.
I think
can do
maybe you
that.
should talk to a financial advisor that can help you with budgeting and that can help you with do you have a lot of credit card debt that you're struggling to pay off right now?
Yeah.
All right. So I know this is something that many people don't want to do because it will impact the credit, and I get that, but have you considered maybe talking to like a company that can help consolidate it?
I haven't.
Okay. You may want to, I'm not giving you advice to do that, but the advice that I am giving you is to maybe look into a financial advisor that can help you, or a budgeting advisor, maybe through your bank or credit union, and they can give you the advice that you will need, right? And I feel like this is the direction to go to.
Okay. Okay.
And then this way you'll be able to, you can, work on yourself. I would say even look into some like therapy that can maybe help with like trauma therapy, etc., and work through that while you budget. So that is the way to go in order to clear some of this up, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm sensing. And I feel like everything in your life will start to fall into place if you're able to do that and do it successfully. So that's the advice that I can give you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Did you say so like with budgeting and therapy, the love life would kind of fall in line with that?
Well, the love life issue. So what's going on with your love life specifically? Like what's going on there?
There was past trauma and betrayal, and so I feel stuck, and so I can't really find someone or move forward, it feels like.
Yeah, I do feel like I feel like it's all interconnected personally. So I feel like once you're able to get some of this energy cleared and work through, I feel like that things will start to fall into place more, and you'll be able to start connecting with some guys or whoever that you want. I do feel like right now the financial issue is something to focus on before the love life. And I feel like once you're able to do that, the love life will start to fall into place. And that's what I'm sensing.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
So thank you so much, Miriam.
Yeah, thank you as well. Thanks for the opportunity.
Not a problem. I'll definitely be asking you again.
All right. Nice. Thank you.
For those of you that aren't aware, Miriam works for Kalmora, if you've ever been interested in those tarot cards.
Yep.
And I guess technically it's my turn. Is there anybody else you wanted to do before you left, or?
I think I got everyone who had their hand up. Or, oh, no, Nelson did. Nelson didn't. Okay. And Belinda? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Do you want to do those two?
Yeah. All right. If it's okay,
Oh
sure.
yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do Belinda and Nelson. Okay.
All right.
Hi, Belinda. Oh, you're muted.
Very good. Hi, thank
There
you
you
very much.
are. Hello.
Hi. Thank you very much for continuing and reading me as well.
Yeah.
I would just like to know, past lives, there's a lot of, I'm sensing betrayal at the moment, and I don't know whether it's just because I'm ultra sensitive right now and feeling vulnerable. But is there something in my past lives that I have to kind of sort out now in terms of betrayal?
So you've been dealing with a lot of betrayal in general?
Well, it feels like betrayal to me at the moment, yes.
Okay.
On a few different levels, yeah.
All right. Now I'm going to ask you a question before I look into this. Have you experienced betrayal in your like younger years? Just has it been sort of like a theme that you've been dealing with through this lifetime?
Well, I feel that okay, I'm gonna get a bit personal. I not betrayal as in someone cheating on me. I feel like being betrayed by my mother.
Okay.
And by people stabbed in the back by my sisters. Um, and recently it's like people say one thing and do another, or I'm sensing that they don't want to do what they say they'll do. And it's just that it could be because I'm oversensitive at the moment, but
Yeah. Okay.
there's a bit of betrayal issue somewhere that I need to kind of focus
Okay.
on.
All right. So let me pull a card because I'm starting to get a little bit of like some images, but let me see what I get. So, okay. Well, that's interesting. I got the Fool. So that means that you're like literally in uncharted territory. You're like doing things that without really any knowledge. So in other words, I feel like you didn't have boundaries in a lifetime. So I'll just tell you what I'm envisioning, okay? And I want to make it clear you don't plan any kind of trauma before you come in, but there is karma that you do need to balance. So you don't know it's going to play out in ways that are not going to be good. I'm sensing that there was a lifetime where you committed thievery, like you stole, but I feel like it was a case where it wasn't that you stole out of greed. I feel like it was necessity. I feel like that you were very poor and you stole like food from neighbors and whatever you needed, but you stole for your children, etc. and everything. And I'm feeling like they found out, so of course they lost their trust in you, right? They called you the thief and everything. So that is very possible that there is some karma that you're dealing with now, because even though no one may have physically stolen for you, they stole your trust, right? But here's the other thing I feel like that's going on. Because of the fact that you say you're very sensitive, I feel like that you didn't have the boundaries in order to make it clear you weren't going to put up with that. Now, if you feel like you were backstabbed by your mother and your family, then you may not have known any differently, especially if this happened while you were young, right? So I do feel like that is a theme that, yeah, like there is karma that you are balancing for that. And they're basically stealing whatever trust you had in them. But I also feel like the lesson for you is to develop stronger boundaries so they don't get away with things like that, right? Are you still in contact with some of these people?
Yes, still in contact with my mother. She's living with one of my sisters, but I don't have contact with my sisters anymore.
Okay.
There
Okay.
was an issue that happened 4 years ago, and suddenly it was a hurtful situation, but in the end, it turned out that I didn't have to be used by them anymore, and ties were cut. So it worked out.
I mean, that's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate situation because I'm basically estranged from my brother too, so I get it. But I think that's actually really good that you decided to cut the cord, right? You were the one that made the decision to do it, right?
Well, kind of. I kind of said no to one of the sisters about something and put my boundaries up, and
Good.
then they ganged up on me and said, "Oh, I don't want to speak to you anymore." And I felt like saying, "Good,
Yeah, all right,
can't
good. That's
use me
good. So
anymore."
I feel that's good.
I,
So I do feel like setting boundaries was a lesson. So you did that. Good. Okay. So I feel like that's really what it is. I feel like because of the fact that, you're balancing the karma from, because I really strongly feel like you did commit thievery like centuries ago in a past life, but you were very poor. You did it because it was out of necessity. So, but the ones who found out just didn't trust you anymore. So I feel like this is just something that you're balancing. But the fact that you're ultra sensitive shows that, you may have been struggling with the boundaries, but now you're learning to develop them. So that's actually really good. So this is what I feel is going on with you.
okay, all right. Well, thank you. Thanks very
My
much for that.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay, so Nelson, I will read for you.
Hi, thank
Hi,
you for
Nelson.
taking me, and thank you,
Yeah.
Wytchwhisper, for this presentation.
Welcome.
Your presentation regarding past life really fascinates me. I'd like to know about my own past life so that I might be able to use it to make sense with some of the things that I had to endure with my siblings and the trauma that I went through taking care of my parents, because my
Oh.
siblings basically exploited them, emptying both parents' bank accounts. So I was left with taking care of my mother and father financially. I want to know if the past life might have been related to that.
Okay, I can look into that for you. I'm sorry that happened. That's rough. Okay. I just want to say that this isn't always the case, but many times when you have issues with siblings, many times, and it may mean that they may have been enemies. Not always, but many times they may have been an enemy in a past life. And I'm kind of feeling like this is where this is going. Well, this is interesting. I got the sun, which is actually the shiniest card in the deck. So, but you know what? The sun has some dark sides. Okay. So, okay, now I get it. There it was a past life I'm sensing strongly. I'm not sure where it took place. I'm feeling, I don't feel like it was in Europe. I feel like it may have been in the USA somewhere. You were very wealthy. Okay, you were wealthy, and I feel like one of your siblings anyway was a sibling in that lifetime, and you were very successful. Like, it was your wealth, you did it honestly, you were successful, and the sibling wasn't. So they were really jealous. Okay. And that's kind of where I'm getting this. And I felt like that because of the fact that you were very wealthy and you were successful, I feel like it was some sort of, I don't know what you were doing. I'd have to look more closely. And I do past life astrology readings in order for me to really look into that more. So that's just something to know if you want to do that. But I'm just sensing that maybe it was business related. I don't know. May have been law. Maybe you were in the legal field. I'm not sure. But anyway, you were very successful with what you were doing. Your sibling wasn't, and they kind of were just sort of a bum. So they didn't really have motivation, but they were jealous of your success. and the power that you had as a result. And I'm sensing that I feel like that there's been additional karma between you and this. I feel like it's one particular sibling that is the problem more than the other.
You're right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I feel like this is the one. I feel like there's been sort of power struggles with this sibling, and it's sort of the same thing. So they basically used you, and they weren't very good to your parents too, were they?
No, they emptied their entire bank account.
Yeah, yeah. There must be karma between them and as well, and your siblings. So I can't really look into that because that's not,
Mhm.
this is just you. So, but I am sensing that there's additional karma between
Mhm.
them and your parents that, I can't really look into. But that's sort of where this is going. So based on this karma with you and whatever karma they have with them, this is what ended up happening. Like I said, that is a total misuse of free will, like I was talking about before. So I feel like this is where your issue with the sibling is what has played a role in that. So I don't feel strongly that there was any kind of karmic link between you and your parents per se. I feel like it was more of a case where the sibling basically screwed you over.
Yeah, they did. Stole my truck too on top of that.
Yep.
I
Yep.
sold the truck that they never paid for. Um, but the most important thing for me was, I'm glad you brought up my past life. It makes sense now. But there's one item that I still am trying to make sense of. I had a dog that I had for 4 years, 2 months. I adopted him, and he had a lot of issues in and out of the hospital because he has liver
Oh,
shunt. And
oh,
it was the most painful thing in my life. And my siblings are nothing compared to that because
yeah.
I
Oh,
would die for this dog. And the vet could not figure out what was wrong with him afterwards. So he deteriorated right in front of my eyes.
oh, I'm
So
so sorry.
is there did we choose to experience something? I know you mentioned about we don't choose these kind of things. Did we choose this in our karma, either the dog or myself, to see this kind of thing happen?
Well, let me see what I can pull from that. I mean, it sort of gets dicey when I say that you choose certain things because maybe in some cases you do, but I don't really want to do that because there's just so much trauma that people deal with losses and everything, right? So I just
Mhm.
want to be very cautious around that. So I sense that this dog, because the Four of Swords is coming up, which meant basically sleep. That's the sleeping card and just the rest, right? I'm sensing this dog was a guardian angel that you had. And unfortunately, it's unfortunate the way things happen, but I sense this dog is watching over you even now. And that's that's all I'm able to sense. So I can't say that you chose to live this kind of life with the dog in this exact situation, but I do sense that you must have like a tie to this dog karmically. And unfortunately, I can't explain why this
Mhm.
happened, but I do feel like this dog is like an angel for you. So when they went to sleep,
Is
they basically are watching over you. So
so is it possible we were together in a past life?
I do, yes, I sense that. I sense that.
That would explain it,
Yeah.
because he's
Soul
still
dog.
around me.
Yeah, soul dog.
He showed himself on surveillance cameras 2 times. I have
Oh,
images of
wow.
him.
Oh,
So I
cool.
know he's still around. And I do he beeps like the phone when I ask him if he's still around, and he responded immediately on 2 different
Oh, okay.
nights.
Yeah,
So
this
I no
is your
longer have doubt.
and yeah, and I think that card came up too because your dog definitely watches over you while you're sleeping and all that, right? So
Yeah, he is.
yeah, that's your soul dog. Yeah,
Thank you. It
my
answers a
pleasure.
lot of my question
Okay, I'm glad to
regarding.
help.
And thank you, Wytchwhisper. This means a
Thank
lot to
you.
me. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure. You're welcome, Belinda. Okay.
So who do you want next?
Okay.
There's Cassie
Okay,
and Kavita.
I think I already read for Casey.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, Kavita,
Kavita.
I can for you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well.
Good.
I have a question. I have tinnitus, which is the ringing in the ear. It came on suddenly 6 years ago and have some
Oh,
hearing loss. And I was wondering, is there any way to heal from this? I've tried so many healers with no success. Just wondering what you pick up.
yeah. Now, I did mention that I can't really do health related readings because,
Oh, okay.
yeah, I'm not a doctor, but I can help you in, I mean, I'm sorry this is what's going on. That's rough. I'm sure you've tried alternative therapies as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, I can't really guide you on this because this is not an area where I feel comfortable doing so.
Okay.
Yeah. I recommend that you talk to a medical intuitive for this kind of situation.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm really sorry you're dealing with that. That's rough.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Did you want to talk about what you're offering at all,
Yeah,
Miriam?
sure. Okay, yeah. So this is what I offer. So I offer tarot readings. So I offer half hour, 45 minutes as well as an hour. And I can do even more if you'd like for custom. So the areas that I can focus on, as I said, no health, no legalities, not anything too into finances because I'm not a financial advisor, as well as no pregnancies. Okay. But anything else, love, relationships, career, business, life path, decision making, past lives, you know, all that, family, etc. I mean, most things except for those areas that I can do. And I also do astrology readings. So I can do natal astrology with transits. And I also do past life astrology where I actually can, like the tarot can help me a little bit, but when I look at your natal chart, past life astrology, I can literally see what you were, what things you did, and where you were from. Like I can see more specifics based, like more than what I can use for the tarot. So that's basically what I offer. So I also want to mention that for my psychic readings, my tarot readings, I do offer mediumship as well because many times a loved one comes in or a spirit guide comes in to provide more details. But that is optional. If you don't want that, just let me know initially and I will block the veil. Okay. So that is totally optional. Many of my clients like that. So, but not everybody does. And that's why I just want to, you know, give you that opportunity. I don't do mediumship readings without the psychic readings, but I do it with the psychic readings.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
I put your information in the local
Yeah,
chat
perfect.
so they can contact you.
Yeah, perfect.
If anyone else wants any more readings for the last 40 minutes, I can do some too. So
Yeah, it's
just put
getting
up
late
your
for me.
hand. I know.
Yeah, it's getting late for me, but thank you so much for this opportunity. It was wonderful.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Have a good night, everybody. And I hope to connect with you again. Okay. My
You're
pleasure.
very welcome. Thank you, guys. All right. Let's see. What do we have? We will be doing a replay of this thing. So if you guys have missed anything, that's okay because you'll see it in the replay. So look out for the replay. Yeah, it's going to be coming. So, all right. Kavita, did you want a reading at all?
Sure, that would be great. Anything you see happening over the next few months? Anything significant?
Okay, let's just see what the cards say. What is in store in the next few months? What is in store in the next few months? Okay. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. You have some, right now, you got the Hanged Man and the Ten of Wands upside down. So you're supposed to get out of stress and pressure. The burden is put down. Like, there's going to be lessons learned, unique perspectives, dedication, flexibility, dare to be different. In the immediate future, you have the Chariot and you have the Emperor upside down. So you have determination, control, conquest, success, ambitious, clever, great efforts, achievements, journey, victory, progress. And then with the Emperor upside down, you got a bit of immaturity that you're dealing with. There'll be some rebellion, maybe some rudeness, unfortunately. They might be a little bit untrustworthy and a bit lazy, unfortunately. In your distant future, you have, this is what I found really nice. You have relationships, friendship, sharing, trust, duality, short trips, health, healing, romantic encounters, sexuality, because we got the Lover's card. Important decisions. And we have the Knight of Cups, which is social offers, possibly new love experiences, seduction, other attractive offers, proposal. One of the cards fell out while I was shuffling. There's a King of Wands that is deceptive. There's some rigidity, some conflict, some aggression, some intolerance, and some ruthlessness, sorry. But that's what the cards are telling me right now. Does any of that resonate with you?
Some of it.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Hopefully it gives you, do you have any questions about it?
No, not really at this time.
Okay.
I basically was more concerned about some health issues, mostly the ears right now.
Well, it
with
looks
the
like your health
tinnitus.
is going to be improving. Like, because the Lover's cards does mention health and healing.
Okay, that's great.
So that's
Yep.
good. That's in your distant future, though. That's not immediately.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Kalila Sa. I don't know if I said your name correctly. If so, I apologize. Just trying to get you to unmute.
Okay, hi. Can you
Hi,
hear?
I
My
can
name
hear
is
you.
my name is Kalila Shah. Thank you for taking
Kalila.
my call.
Oh, you're very welcome.
How are you today or tonight?
Oh, it's been a long day, but I'm actually quite happy. I enjoyed having you guys all here.
I can see the joy in your spirit. I can. You are
Thank
quite
you.
happy.
Yeah,
That's sincere. I can tell.
thank you.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
welcome.
it was nice having you all here. So
Yeah.
Is there any thing you want to know from the cards or?
I do. I really do want to know some things from the cards because I'll just briefly tell you that I'd say, well, 5 years ago, I got my second divorce in my lifetime, right? And it came out of nowhere.
Right.
And it was quite traumatic. I released over 100 pounds and kept it off for the first time in history, right? Struggled all my
Right.
life with the weight issue. And now it's like I've been completely freed of I did so much shadow work that I just, I feel so totally transformed and different. And it's
Mhm.
like my head is trying to catch up, or my body's trying to catch up with my head, whatever. It's like I'm in 18 realms at once, you
Right.
know, and I'm that girl who has, I've been an athlete all my life. I was a lifeguard, I was a professional Middle Eastern dancer, and to this
Nice.
day, I work out 5 days a week.
Right.
Um, and I do pool, I do, senior fitness, long story short, I had insomnia my entire life because of childhood traumas that I won't even go into now. Because
Yeah.
what's important is what's going on now.
Right.
I moved away. Well, I'm from Chicago. Now I live in Minneapolis, right? I've been here 16 years. And I'm in a neighborhood that I lived in for 7 years with my last husband, which is a very beautiful neighborhood. And it reminds me of my childhood, the good parts of it.
Oh,
And
good.
I feel so comfortable and happy here. I do not have insomnia anymore. I
Wow.
sleep like a baby, and the Holy Spirit, she has been giving me so many beautiful downloads. When I tell you, I'm a girl that stayed up. You could call me any time of night and I'm wide awake. All my friends and family knew this. Now, 7:30, 8 o'clock, I'm asleep. Since I moved December 29th, so what, 10, 11 months, you know.
Wow.
This part is really is gonna blow you away because I had sleep apnea when I was 100 pounds overweight and I could not breathe. I mean, I was having 13 to 15 episodes every hour of not being able to breathe.
Right.
So I wasn't dreaming. If I was, I couldn't remember them because I wasn't getting no REM sleep. You understand?
Yeah.
This is the part that takes me out of here. I can fall asleep now. I do all kind of healing work. I get acupuncture. I get traditional Chinese medicine. I get cupping, things like this. I can fall asleep like that, have a dream, look at the clock, and it's 2 minutes later, two,
Oh,
three
wow.
times a day. Just a quick little dream. I'll see a face or see my kid or whatever, whatever. But it's like, oh, this is the girl that used to have insomnia. I couldn't sleep.
Wow.
Now I sleep so well, I go into REM immediately. I've never
Yeah.
heard of it. It's blowing me away. And my intuition is on fire. I mean, it's like she's just, it's like she's saying, you know what? You were born for this. And I always knew it when I was a kid, but so many things happen, when you grow up in a traumatic household and stuff, like my friend here, Belinda, I was really relating to what you were saying. I'm like, oh, wow, and we all know we're not the only ones in the world that had some horrible things happen to us that still affect us now in our senior years. And it's
Right.
like, okay, I'm healing. Getting back to the last 5 years, healing, doing the shadow work, not releasing the weight. I don't call it losing weight anymore because when you lose something, you could find it. I released that shit. Excuse my mouth. First time in history I've been able to keep weight off. Lose 40 pounds, gain 70. Lose 50
Oh,
pounds, gain 90. Lost 110 pounds, still losing.
wow.
And I'm healthy. I'm not starving myself, and I'm
Yeah.
happy. And God is just blessing me so infinitely and abundantly that I want this huge change is about to take place. And I want to know from you and the cards and your intuition and just speaking to me for the last 10 minutes,
Okay.
what this change may entail. You know,
What
like
this change may
Oracle. Like,
entail.
thank you.
Okay.
And thanks for listening. I mean, I know it was a
No,
bunch of said, but
no, it was great, actually.
thank you.
Oh,
Take your
we,
time. Hey, I'm here for it. I am here for this. Franny told me about it. I've been seeing her for years. And
oh,
I was so
nice.
on the phone with my children and totally forgot about it. And when I remembered, her segment was just about over. That, it's so intriguing. I love connecting with women and like-minded women who are ascending and trying to make the best life possible for themselves, not for a man, not for the kids, not for your mom and your daddy and your grandma and your grandpa and your cousins, but for you, for your soul and your well-being.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be quiet and let you work. Thank you.
you're very welcome. All right, we got some interesting things here. Right now, you have the Emperor and Justice in your life. You have the Emperor upside right, which is power, status, loyalty, motive for success, achievement, respect, and stability, rational thinking, which I think you have a lot of, by the way, because
Thank you.
you just sound like you do. And then, but we have Justice upside down, which is lose balance, redundancy, some sort of wrong decision, unfortunately, some conflict, a bit of intolerance, lawlessness. In your immediate future, you have the 10 of Pentacles, which we all know is a really good card to get.
Whoa.
Yeah, you have tradition, comfort, wealth, success, safety, stability, responsibility, money increase, happiness, trust, recognition, and prestige. Now, there's a Four of Cups, which is feeling down, somewhat depressed, somewhat withdrawn, isolated from society, a bit bored, maybe, definitely introverted, maybe lacking some motivation. It's okay to be restful, though. Like, if you need rest, take it, because that's
Yeah.
important in caring for yourself as well. And in your distant future, you have the Six of Swords, which is calming down, smooth sailing, resettlement, beneficial challenge. You can get rid of conflict or difficulties, just go with the flow and travel.
Oh, okay.
Now,
I'm taking notes. I don't know if you can see me, but
that's
I'm taking
good.
notes on my reading.
That's
Thank
really
you so
good.
much.
You're very welcome. Now, there is a wrong turn you have to be careful of because you got the Wheel of Fortune upside down. So there's going to be some disappointment. There's going to be a dead end somewhere. It'll get worse before it gets better. But we know by the Six of Swords that it's definitely going to get better, and there's definitely land on the horizon.
Okay.
So we have the Two of Pentacles upside down, which is sadness, restlessness, some debt maybe, inadequate efforts, and some bad news. You're going to get some bad news of some form. But don't lose faith, because you do, like I said, you got the Six of Swords that has your back. That's the universe going, okay, some things have gone wrong, but we're going to go this way. and we're
Okay.
going to get you safe.
Okay.
So it's going to be okay. It's just going to suck until it gets okay.
Okay.
A
And you
little
said
bit.
I need to
Well,
rest, right?
that's right. When you need to rest, you rest. And like you're going to have money. Just be careful about overspending because it does
Okay.
mention in your distant future that you might have some debt,
Okay.
which is for the suck, but you know, it
Right,
happens.
right, right.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for that. Thank you. I
You're very
appreciate it.
welcome.
Wow. Yeah.
Did any of
Really
that
good.
resonate with you? Does it make
All of
sense?
it did. Every
Oh,
bit of
good.
it did. I've
I'm
been
glad.
reading tarot since I was 24. That was a very long time ago. And the first two cards you pulled, the Justice, excuse me, and the Emperor, I've been getting those all week.
Oh,
So
wow.
I know you're authentic. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. That
You're
means a lot to me.
thank you. Confirmation. Thank you.
All right. Who is next? Would it be Belinda? All right. Just get you to unmute.
Thank you so much. It's 23 here in the UK in the morning. So
Oh, I really appreciate you staying up late for me.
I really wanted to. I'd forgotten about this, and so I'm like, yeah, please, please. So I'm very grateful. I've been, my body's been saying go to bed, and I've been going, no, I want to listen. So it's been wonderful. Thank you so much.
I'm glad you enjoyed
I've
it.
learned so much from this evening already, so thank you. I appreciate that. What I'd like to know from your intuition, your cards, is what's in my future? You know,
Let's see. Okay. Let's see
immediate
what the, yeah. Let's see what the cards are saying about that. What is in her future, universe? Okay. What do we go here? Ooh. Let's see. Ooh, that's a nice card to get. All right. Right now you're going through a bit of loss. You lose a victory. The other people win, unfortunately. That's the Six of Wands upside down right now in your present state. There's also financial tension, some lack of resources, unfortunate trouble, which is the Five of Pentacles, if you're familiar with the cards, and some loneliness maybe. And then in your immediate future, you have a standstill because you have the Two of Swords. There's going to be a bit of stagnation, some deadlock, not sure about your path. There's going to be emotional constraints. You're going to feel unable to move a bit. But the good news is you have the Hierophant upside down, which is good if you like being unorthodox and taking an unorthodox approach to things. You have to be careful of bad advice, stubbornness. Let's see. You can deny tradition, which some people like to do. And there's a deviation of information. Now, that's just your immediate future. Your distant future has the Seven of Cups upside down, which is resoluteness, a realistic attitude, determination, the time to act. The mind wins over the heart. Clarity of thought, easy to make decisions. Then you have you have another really good card here, which I'll read in a minute. But in the meantime, we have the Temperance card upside down, which is a bit of strain, pressure, overreaction, too much discord, volatile environment, inconsistency, which is not for the best, I know. But you have the Ace of Cups, which is new emotional outbreaks, deep thinking. You could start a business if you want to. First love, gentle emotion, love, happiness, friendship, kindness, peace, and sensuality. So that's your distant future.
That's only good pick.
It's right now things are kind of rough, but you have hope that it's going to get better because it's going to resolve ultimately in your favor, even though right now it seems like other people are winning.
What do you mean by, you said, lose a victory? What victory that I'm going to lose?
I am not sure. That's supposedly happening right now. Do you feel like anything you're doing has been a loss?
Yeah, I've just recently come out of hospital and physical rehab because I've got back issues. The MRI says that there's a lot of degeneration of the spine, which I
Right.
don't want to kind of verbalize. And
Sorry.
that I suppose could be, I'm not wanting to verbalize it. I'm wanting to energetically improve that area.
Yes.
Am I going to lose that battle? Is that what you're meaning?
No, it's just you feel that way right now. Like you're feeling defeated. The other cards even mentioned it. Like the Five of Pentacles mentioned, a loss as well, and frustration, unfortunate trouble, that sort of thing. Like, so that's how you're feeling right now. But things do get better. It's just in the immediate future, it's going to be stagnant. Like it's going to be very stagnant because you're at a standstill. You got the two of swords right there. And look into unorthodox approaches to things. Things that are mainstream, aren't necessarily what you're looking for right now.
No, I'm quite alternative when it comes to medical routes and stuff like that. When I
Yeah.
can. So yeah, that's.
And you definitely have a lot of good things in your distant future because you're going to have a realistic attitude, but you're going to be really determined, and it's going to be the time to act. You have the Ace of Cups, which is bringing you so much love and gentle emotion, happiness, friendship, kindness.
So will they an aligned, emotionally aligned and spiritually aligned partner? Like,
yeah, you very well could get one.
Sorry.
You very well could get one with the Ace of Cups.
Would be nice. I've been single for 13 years now, and it's after
I know.
chaotic marriage. So yeah, it would be nice to have something pleasant.
You never know where you're going to meet him. He could be watching you right now. You don't know.
Oh yeah, well, show yourself.
Well, because you guys, I am recording this, so you will be on replay. So you never know.
Are you, when you talk
But
distant future, do you mean within a year? You know, distant future, that's all relative, right? It could be 6 months, it could be a year, it could be 10 years. What do you?
I don't think it'll be 10 years. That just seems too long. It seems, I would say, let me just see what I get if I pull another card. I would say, okay, so the card is saying that with your self-discovery, your meditation, a bit of withdrawal from society to take care of yourself. Once you do all that stuff is when you'll be ready
Yeah, I'm doing that.
for the relationship. So
yeah, I'm withdrawing, I'm doing a lot of meditation, and so yeah, but it still doesn't give me a timeline.
well, it's dependent upon you though. Like the sooner you get all that stuff down, then the sooner you'll get what you want.
Yeah, no, it's like, how long is a piece of string, right?
Yeah.
So, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm going to bid you good night right now because I really must go to.
I understand.
I
Thank
get-
you so much for sticking around as long as you did. I appreciate you letting me do a reading for you.
I'm so blessed by this. Thank you so much for putting it on. Okay.
You're
Cheerio.
welcome. All
Okay,
right.
bye.
See you. All right. Let's see. What do we have next? We have
Hi there.
Manon. Hi.
Thank you for helping me with maybe do a reading.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate all that you do.
Oh, thank you. Did you want a reading from me, or did you just want to say
Yeah.
thank you?
Yeah, please. Yes,
Okay.
please.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. That is okay. I'm going to stick around however long it takes to do readings for you last three. So,
You're so kind.
well, I try to be. I hope that people are the same way to me,
Yeah.
It's like kind of like the golden rule thing. But all right. So what is in store? Oh my goodness. Okay, that's rather interesting. The Page of Cups flipped out and decided to land on the table. All right, what do we got in the future? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'm not sure when this Page of Cups is coming because it didn't land in accordance with any timetable. But it's love, it's the exchange of emotions, gentle emotions, friendliness, and an important message that you're supposed to get. My cats are
So
fighting.
that's good stuff I'm gonna get.
You're gonna get a message.
Mm.
Hopefully during this reading. Now, right now, you have talent, you have education, you have craftsmanship, self-improvement, enthusiasm, diligence, all with the 8 of Pentacles. You also have the Queen of Wands, which is to be admired, self-affirmations, full of energy, daring, visionary. So that's describing you right now, everything that you're dealing with. Now you're going to have a bit of trouble in the future. Like, I mean, it's nothing life or death or anything. It's just you're going to have to stop to rest because you have the 4 of Wands upside down. You're going to have to show gratitude. You're going to be frustrated. You're going to be a bit short-sighted because you won't be able to see the forest beyond the trees. And you might have a problem with property. Not sure if you own your own property, but
Yes.
so watch out for that. Now, you have the King of Swords upside down, which is a selfish, cruel, dishonest person. They're very manipulative. They have a desire for power, and revenge is not unusual to them. So I hope you don't have to deal with them too much.
You mean they're in my life now, or they're gonna come?
They might come, unfortunately.
Mm.
But just if you meet someone like that, I would just be very cautious around them, especially if they have anything to do with your property.
Oh, we need some repair work. I've been putting it off, but you know,
well,
it's
just make sure that when they come and do the repair work, that if they try to tell you that it's going to be really expensive and everything else, just make sure that you Google it, because they may try to mess you over, is what I'm trying to say. Like the repair guy might try to charge you more than what he's really giving you, sort of thing. So just I would Google everything that he says. Personally, that's what I would do.
Yeah, like I said, I've been putting it off because, you know, I haven't been feeling well for so long.
Right. I'm sorry to hear that. There's going to be some hasty decisions and some unwise decisions in your distant future. We have the 9 of Pentacles upside down. So there might be a theft, a loss of something. So be very careful when you're inviting strangers into your home, that nothing goes missing. You might want to keep an eye on them. You have the 5 of Swords, which is cunning, intrigue, malicious rumors, which is sad. I would hate that to happen to you. Sabotage, loss, failures. It's kind of negative. But let's see what else. But you have the Page of Cups that fell out of the deck, and he's just awesome, because that's love, warmth, friendliness, an important message. See, these are all important messages. If you can prepare for the worst, you can change course, because nothing in a reading is ever set in stone. You change it, but you change it by the choices you make. If you bring like shady repair people into your home and you think they're going to steal from you and stuff, maybe it might be worth it to get a second opinion from somebody else, or you know, somebody that you know from your intuition that you can trust more. sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, I had to get rid of this guy that was gonna come do some repair work, and I think that was the right decision. But at the same time, is this the karmic thing? It's a karmic lessons. I mean, is there
Well,
something?
some people would argue about karma. Some people believe that karma is inevitable and it affects us all the time. Other people believe that karma is about as malleable as your future, sort of thing. Like some people feel that if you heal past karma, that it clears all your karma,
Right. Yeah.
sort of thing, so yeah, you kind of got to decide for yourself. The one thing that you should do, though, is just remember your willpower will serve you well, because you can't, like, people that try to curse people and things like that, right? Unless you accept it as true, you can take that energy that they send you and wrap it in love and just send it back to them.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind when you're dealing with these not so savory people in the future.
So don't make any big decisions about house or finances, but that sort of, in a
Trust your
way.
intuition. Trust your intuition, because
Yeah.
it will guide you on who you could trust and who you can't.
Yeah.
It
I mean,
really.
the problem is that I have a good heart and I want to believe that people are good, but you gotta be careful.
Yeah, you do. Unfortunately, like I said, Google everything. You can't go wrong if Wizard Google says they're lying, then
Yeah, but Google is also can be very limited, and a lot of times you learn the lesson afterwards. I try to educate myself because a lot of these things, it's like the first time, or like I said, you learn afterwards, like, oh, you shouldn't have done this. And I used to beat myself up a lot, but at the same time, I'm doing the best I can, regarding everything in my life, you can't really beat yourself up.
No, you can't. You should not listen to negative self-talk, because it will lie to you. It will tell you that you're horrible, that nobody loves you, that
you're not good enough.
You're not good enough, you're a failure, And if you buy into it, then it'll happen. But if you don't buy into it, then you can say, screw you, negative self-talk. This is what I choose instead. I'm going to make these decisions, which are better, So.
What about my health situation? I mean, I talked to Miriam and she says she doesn't do health things. I mean, do you have anything for that? Or, I mean, it's all right if you want to stop here, but if you can, I mean,
Well,
I guess we all want to hear the good stuff. We don't want the bad stuff, but
when I pulled a card for your health, it says refusing to move forward, clinging to the past, afraid of the unknown, avoiding personal development, and it's hard for you to make a commitment. So you got to think about those things in regards to your health.
I mean, I've made a lot of progress. I mean, I'm really moving forward, but yeah, I know sometimes the fear just stops me.
It does. Fear can be horribly evil. But if you can write down whenever your negative self-talk talks to you, and then you can call it out when it's lying. You could say, wait a minute, that's not true, and then write the truth underneath it.
Right.
You'll start to listen to the more positive self-talk a bit
Yes.
more, because the positive self-talk is like, you're lying. That's not true at all. And this is why, blah, blah, blah. So try to do some of that too. That'll help you.
Thank you so much. I
You're so welcome.
appreciate it. Much love.
Yeah. Much love. Yeah. Kate Casey, are you there?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
I think that was, thank you, I've been appreciating this. And I would love a little reading from you about what's coming up for me also.
Sure.
The apartment situation or anything else that's relevant that I should know that's coming up.
Okay. I will definitely do that. Are you worried about your health?
Oh, yes. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I think as we get older, we all worry about our health, to be honest. I mean, I know myself, I have worries about my health too, so I understand.
Well, I've been on a healing journey, and I think my diet and most of the things I do are good. And then I've been finding out, no, this is happening, that's happening. And
That's disappointing.
anyway,
Yeah, that would be frustrating. Okay, what we have right now is not bad. What you have in your future is not that bad either. You got a lot of rest in your future, which will be good. Like, getting rest is definitely good, especially for health. Okay, so we got, right now we have justice and we have temperance, and they're both upside right. So you have fairness, accountability, integrity, careful selection, right decisions. So you're making right decisions right now. You're going to be tolerant. You're going to compromise. You're going to be peaceful, purity of the soul. And then in your immediate future, you have the Knight of Pentacles, which is definitely for patience, because he's slower than molasses. He's like pouring syrup. It just takes forever. Come on, I just want a pancake, that sort of thing. But there's going to be hard work and perseverance and safety, which is good. Loyalty, pleasure. Now, it says for the moon, which is also in your immediate future, there are intuitive truths that you know. You're supposed to watch your dreams because they'll give you messages. You got to be careful of fear and potential hidden enemies because of the moon. So just really listen to yourself and how you feel about people. Like if you get a first impression that somebody is not quite right, trust it.
Yeah.
Now, in your distant future, you have restlessness, you have endurance, courage, perseverance, unexpected situations, leadership, ambition, trust, and that's all in the Knight of Swords. You have the Four of Swords, which is all about rest. It's like, take a break. You need to restore your health. You need to take a time out. You got to be calm. You got to relieve your stress. You got to be solitary, and you got meditation. And then you have the Ace of Swords, which is a very positive card as well. It's determination, courage, freedom, new ideas, the the beginning of success, perfect timing, radical change, and overcoming obstacles and reaching the goal. So whatever goal you have right now or that you want to achieve, I would say that you will achieve it based on the Ace of Swords. So it's actually it's a really positive reading. It's quite good. Does it resonate with you at all, or is it like, what the fuck is she talking
Yeah,
about?
I mean, it sounds good, but I really don't know how to relate to it specifically.
Yeah. Well, just keep your eye out for the Knight of Pentacles and the Knight of Swords. Knight of Pentacles is really slow. And the Knight of Swords is definitely faster. He's got a bit more courage and perseverance. But no, it looks like things are going to be going well for you. Health-wise, it suggests that by taking a break and taking care of yourself, that things will be good for you.
I don't know if I'm able to do that with everything going on.
Yeah, I know, but that's in your distant future. So
Okay.
maybe you'll be able to resolve some of the frustration that you have right now.
And do you see anything in all that that relates to the apartment situation?
Do I see anything that what?
I mean, it relates to my apartment situation.
Well, you're supposed to, you really have to listen to your intuition and your dreams when it comes to that situation. Like,
Well, I'm doing a lot of work, and they want to do, have an inspection coming up. And there's a lot that's wrong with the apartment, and I don't have faith that they're going to do a decent job. And there's health issues with that, because there's mold involved. Anyway, it's very complicated. I don't know that they'll really do a good job, or will it turn out that I will be able to move?
Yeah, that would be
I mean, it's
horrible.
something different. You see anything about any of that, the outcome after the inspection?
Well, it suggests in the distant future that you're going to have success. So I don't think you're going to end up moving. I think you're going to have all this thing. You're going to have a lot of fear in your immediate future because you're going to be really scared. That's what the moon does. But it says that you're going to have success and that things are going to work out. You're going to overcome obstacles that you have right now. So I would say don't sweat it. Like, sweat it enough to take care of it and do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Because landlords, they will try to evict you if they can. But if you're smart about it and you
Well, I don't think they'll evict me. The question is, what will they do? I don't have faith in them to do a decent job. And then it was suggested to me that maybe they would decide that it's too much work and they would rather have the apartment back and renovate it. Maybe they'd offer me something comparable that didn't need a lot of it.
Yeah, but they can't just
But
boot
it's
you
all
out
on
because they
them.
want it. Yeah, they can't boot you out just because they want to renovate it. They need a
I
reason.
might want, if they offered me a comparable apartment that didn't have these issues, I'm thinking that would be good.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't sound
I would
bad
love
at
to get
all.
out of here, but I haven't been able to. So there's a part of me is like, well, could this work in my favor?
Well, it's definitely going to work in your favor, whatever happens, because you're going to have success.
Yeah. Okay.
So if that's what you want to do, if you want to move, if you want the goal to be that you're going to move to a better apartment, then it'll be successful.
Even if it depends on them offering me an exchange.
That's what the cards are
It depends on
saying.
them.
Yeah. Well, of course it depends on them, but you really gotta listen to your intuition when you're dealing with them.
Yeah.
because they'll
Right.
try to be sneaky.
I know. I mean, I'm kind of on the alert when I deal with it.
I think it's all going to turn out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Manan.
Encouraging. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Who do I have next? I have Nelson. Or no, is it Casey?
No, you just did me.
No, you're Casey. Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I get it. We've had a lot going on here too, and this has been lovely. I want to thank you for the whole thing, and thank you for this reading as well.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I really am.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Watch your dreams. Okay. Nelson. What's up, buddy?
Hi, Wytchwhisper. Thank you so much
Hey.
for taking me. And I really enjoy being in your groups. I really feel blessed for that.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to get a reading for my future as far as health and career. I've been out of the workforce for over 20 years because I was a caregiver for two parents. But now I have the opportunity to go back in. What do you see where I should focus on? Like, I love helping people. So I'm sure that would be the place I would look for. But do you see anything that I should look at?
Well, let's see what the cards are saying. I understand where you're coming from because I was a caregiver for many years as well. So I know
It's a tough job.
it is a tough job. It can be really thankless, but at the same time you do it because you love them and
Yeah, that was a payoff. The love.
yeah, the love. So let's see, what is the universe saying about Nelson's future? Nelson's future. Oh. Oh, that's good. Okay, what do we got here? Okay. All right, we have some good, we have some bad, and we have some ugly. Not quite that bad, but right now, the Queen of Swords upside down is suggesting you're dealing with some bullying, some bigotry, some emotional blackmail, maybe. Hopefully, yeah.
That would be my siblings.
Yeah, you do have the magician on your side, and he is like the manifester in the tarot. So you have your creativity, your creative imagination, your confidence, your creative power, opportunity, adaptation to the change, solidness. You will, like, you have ability to achieve the goals that you want to with the magician. So try not to let those bullies get to you. In your immediate future, you got to be careful because you got the Hanged Man and the Chariot both upside down. The Chariot upside down is a wrong direction. Like you want to go one way, but it's not quite right. You might have some failure if you go that way. Scattered energy, trouble, pressure. Yeah. Materialism, rigid thinking from the Hanged Man. Unsatisfied, listless, lack of effort, useless, stuck in the present state, but unwilling to give up the past, which is totally understandable because when you're a caregiver, it is hard to give up the past. It really, It really is. In your immediate or in your distant future, you have the Ten of Swords upside down, thank goodness, which is the end of a cycle, a new beginning, a rising up from hardship. The worst is over. It's a blessing in disguise. It's a major change. You had difficulties in the past, but things will get better. You have the High Priestess upside down, which could be a secret revealed. You underestimate your dreams and your intuition, which isn't good. You should trust them more. You're supposed to stay away from an anonymous enemy, whoever that may be. I'm sure you'll figure it out. And you also have the Devil. Now, the Devil isn't always a bad card. The Devil can be financial, like in the Devil in regards to business can be financial success, sort of thing. Now, the bad part about the Devil can be addiction, oppressive slavery, cruel rottenness, which is pessimism and excessive dependence. So watch out for that. But the Ten of Swords is saying that you can choose to end that cycle. Like that is what you've been dealing with, I think, a lot of the time. And the Ten of Swords is saying that the worst is over. You can get past a lot of that. But you have to trust your dreams and your intuition. Like you haven't heard that 5,000 times.
Yes, I have.
But there's still that self-doubt in there, just a little bit, and it's a negative self-talk. You got to tell it, hey, you're not the boss, I'm the boss. So it is, you do have hope. It is going to get better. You got to trust yourself. You really got to trust yourself and your intuition and your dreams. Sometimes we have nightmares that give us messages about our current state. So, like, I remember one time I had this dream about a fish tank that just kept overflowing, and I was trying to keep the fish in the tank. So I would pick them up and put them back in, and and it was about my job at the time, because I was doing a service job, like at Arby's or something like that. There was a lot of customers and stress and everything, but it was my boss that was really on my case all the time. And that's what felt like the overflowing aquarium was my boss's temper, because it would always flare and there was nothing I could do to get the fish back in there. So just, if you have a bad dream, it's not always bad. It could just be telling you things that you need to know, like things you need to be aware of in order to get past it.
Okay.
Yeah. So trust yourself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, let's see. I've gained some people. All right.
Hi, thank you so much. I just want you to tell me something about my situation, or just give me some clarity, so that I'm going through a lot of emotional turmoil. So just anything you would like to tell me.
Okay. What's wrong exactly?
Well, like I'm from India. I have moved to this country more than 7 years back with my then husband and my daughter, but my marriage fell, like broke very badly, and I was abused and lot of toxicity. And right now, I'm on my own with my daughter. I'm trying to rebuild my life,
Right.
and I'm trying to move ahead with positive emotions. But I really miss my people in India because due to visa restrictions and all that, I cannot just meet them as well. I cannot visit them. So this is causing, like, I feel lot of loneliness. And
Yeah.
I am working. I'm also going to college. I'm doing everything that that can help me create a meaningful life, and I'm working on it. I'm doing healing, everything, but I feel very much emotionally uh, in pain because all the time this comes to me, like why this has to happen in this way with me. And I keep thinking about justice and
Right.
victory.
Ah, okay. Well, this is interesting. Ooh, we have the sun in your future. Distant future, mind you, but still, the sun is one of the best cards in the deck for happiness, really. Okay, right now you're dealing with the Eight of Swords upside down, which is rescue, self-affirmations, eliminating obstacles, removing your blindfold, overcoming your fears, and getting out of your cage. Now, right now, with the Two of Swords in the same position, you have insecurity, some standstill, some stagnation, a sense of deadlock. You're not sure about your path. You feel constrained, unable to move, but it's going to get better because you do have change coming. Now, you have the Death card, which is a scary card for a lot of people, but it's in its normal interpretation. It doesn't even talk about a death occurring. It talks about extensive change, liberation, empowerment, resurgence, transformation, purification, rebirth, the dawn of a new era. And you have the Hermit, which is self-discovery, meditation, moderation, contact with the roots, withdrawing from society a bit. It's good to take care of yourself and withdraw from society a bit sometimes. Patience, prudence, it's a lot of solitary time, careful planning, counseling, self-examination. Now, here's the great thing. I don't know if you're interested in a King of Cups, but there's going to be one in your future. And he's bringing the sun with him. There will be a delay to it with the Six of Swords upside down. You might feel like you have to go against the crowd a bit. You might feel stuck or stressed, one problem after another, because it happens. But you have the King of Cups coming with the sun, and he's ambitious, intelligent, practical, entrepreneurial. He's got wealth, patience, strength, stability, commitment, discipline, control, politeness, and kindness. And with the sun, you have achievement, optimism, vitality, ambition, self-confidence, enlightenment, clear thinking, satisfaction, masculinity, happiness, and prosperity. So that's looking pretty good for you.
Yeah, that is good. Like feels good to hear. But as you mentioned, distant future means will that take a lot of time or?
Well, it all depends on how much you let change you.
Okay.
Because the death card and the hermit, like hermiting yourself and letting yourself change for the better, to for the dawn of a new era, you know, letting that happen in your immediate future. After that is when the rest of it's going to happen.
Yeah, because that's exactly what is happening at my life since last 2 years. Like the situation has pushed me absolutely into my own space, and I'm absolutely using this time to do everything I couldn't do before that.
That's
So
good.
yeah, away from people as well, because they have revealed their true, like I'm away from everybody. I'm only into my work, my college work, and my daughter, and my people who are far away in India. So I'm just connected to them. That too, very limited people right now.
Yeah. Well, and later on, when you want to reach out to them, hopefully you'll be able to. If,
Yeah.
you know, like,
Yeah, they know the situation, and I
yeah.
just feel like to be left alone at times.
Yeah. Well, that's what you need right now. You need a lot
Yeah.
of that solitude for your meditation and self-discovery.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm so glad that your future's so bright. That's just wicked.
Yeah, so yeah, I believe so. I hope so, because I'm going through a lot, and so is my daughter.
It's gonna get better.
Thank you. Makes sense. Thank you so much for your time.
Just don't fight the change. Like, the death card creates a lot of change and we're always resistant to it. But
Yes.
just try to let it happen because it's going to make things better.
Right. Yes. It has been happening since more than 2 years.
Yeah.
Lot. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, Amy. Let's see. Gonna unmute you.
Yeah, hello, Hi. Uh, well, I have a question. Want to start my own business in land flipping. I would like some help on how support ideas in any state. In which state should I focus? Because that's something I can choose. I have three.
So you want financial, this is like a financial question.
Yes.
And you want to know what to invest in. Kind of.
Well, yeah. Well, it's yeah.
Okay, I'll pull out my career cards.
And between Arizona, Texas, and Florida.
Ooh. Well, let's see what the cards say. What is in store? Do you just want to know what's in store for your future, or do you want to know what your options are, or what exactly are you looking for?
Can you do both? Can you do what's in my future and what was the other?
Well, I can just say what's in store for you, universe, and the cards will guide me to tell you what you need to hear, hopefully.
Okay.
I say hopefully because these cards they're kind of funny sometimes. They don't always tell people what they want to hear, sort of thing. So let's see what we got. Okay, that's good news. In the flow. Okay. Ooh, wow. That's a really good card. Okay. What you have here is you have manifesting, which is telling you you have the power to manifest. what you want by writing down your intentions and taking inspired action to make it happen. You have in the flow, which is the universe sending you help. Tap into your inner power and go deeper to create the purposeful life you really want to have. And follow your passion. Stop wasting time in dead-end jobs and find your true passion. It's fine to experiment, but don't settle for less than you truly deserve. Right? You have to really go after what you're passionate about, and you have a wish that's going to come true. It says your wish is being granted, but it may not come in the way you expected. No worries, it's just what you need. And then the other card mentions there are going to be some ups and downs. Your work has potential for both. There's going to be advancement, but there's going to be stagnation. You will have hope, but allow yourself to move on if needed. Like if it's not your wishes coming true, then just move on from it and your wishes will come true, especially if you follow your passion. Does that resonate at all?
Yes, it does resonate. The thing is, I've been having problems finding my passions, and I want to do this business that I just asked about because of the income potential, and I'm tired of being in, like you said, dead end jobs.
Yeah.
Jobs didn't satisfy me, and they were not financially they were not even as good as financially either.
So you're thinking of an alternative job, is what you're saying. And I pulled a card and it says yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. It was that easy.
I would like to know which cards did you pull for me?
It's the Three of Cups.
And that's a yes?
Well, the Three of Cups upside right. Yeah, is definitely a yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, because I mean, I've been trying to do this for a while now that I have the opportunity, and I've been postponing it. And I guess it's the time.
Well, follow your passion. Your wish is going to come true. The cards say so, so I believe it. I think it's really going to go good for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thanks for putting this event today. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I hope to see you again when I have another one.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so that is it for me. I want to thank all you guys for coming out, for staying as late as we did. My goodness. It's quite late, but I'm glad I was able to talk to you and do your cards and everything. I do hope to see you again, and I'm so glad that you gave me feedback about enjoying this, because that makes me really happy. I like doing things that people enjoy. So I'm glad. I'm very glad. And yeah. So I'm just going to end. But I have to stop recording first. Let me just try to figure that out. Here we go.